All right, we have to assist some of the jurors to get in through the regular Thursday line, so they're all up now. Anything before they're brought in. Okay, all right, let them stay. Who's the next witness?
Sergeant Finney.
Sergeant Finney.
Got two in the restaurant.
All right, good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Let the record reflect all of the jurors are here and present. You'll step up, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you please state spell your name for the court reporter?
Certainly, it's Colin, Colin, Feeney, Feeney.
And where are you employed?
I'm currently on an injury on duty pension. Had a few shoulder surgeries. I should be returning to work soon, though.
Okay, and where does that work?
The Metro Nashville Police Department.
How long have you been with Metro Nashville Police Department?
15 years.
And what was your assignment prior to going on leave?
I was a overnight supervisor for the Hermitage Sea Detail Patrol Shift.
Okay, and can you walk the jury through a little bit of your background with Metro Nashville Police Department?
Certainly, I spent 10 years as an officer before I got promoted. Some of that time was spent on a flex team in South Nashville on midnights, and then I went to a burglary unit for about 5 years where we investigated residential burglaries, and then I got promoted to sergeant, and as a sergeant I was on the sea detail shift of Hermitage.
And were you on duty on February 27th of 23?
I was.
Okay, in what capacity were you working on that day?
I was the senior sergeant working, so I was the acting lieutenant for the evening.
Okay, were you on C detail?
I was.
And what are the hours for C detail?
9 to 7:30.
7:30 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the 27th, can you walk the jury through what you did when your shift initially began?
Certainly. When I came in, I had a message from the previous shift that we had request to speak with the supervisor from the homicide division. I made the phone call to the number provided. It was, I believe at the time, Sergeant Chris Dickerson. He has since been promoted a few times. He advised me that they had an individual in the hospital and they need to execute a search warrant at her residence off of Lebanon Road near Spence Lane, and was asking for assistance from patrol. So we had marked patrol cars and uniformed officers present. I immediately sent 2 patrol officers to the scene, and I advised them to wait until supervisors arrived before they conducted any further police activities.
And on the 27th, did you respond to 1522 Lebanon Pike,
I did.
apartment 107?
I did.
And is that here in Davidson County?
It is.
Okay. And would it have been customary for the domestic violence team to have already held that scene?
Yes.
Okay. And for whatever reason, that was not done, but once it was determined a homicide, were you called out and did you follow protocol?
We did.
Okay, can you walk the jury through what protocol you followed once you got to that apartment?
Sent 2 uniformed officers to immediately secure the outside of the location, the residence in this instance. Then we waited for the homicide detectives to arrive with a signed search warrant from a judge. We require a search warrant at that point because there's no one there to give us permission to access the property, so we have to get a search warrant from a judge to legally and lawfully search it. Once we had the search warrant in hand and we had the investigators from the homicide division and our technical investigative services, or now CSI, on scene, we knocked on the door. We had after receiving no answer, we had a key to the residence. We made entry, cleared the residence, and allowed them to continue their investigation.
Okay, and we're on the 27th, were you wearing body cam?
I was. Okay.
Have you reviewed your body cam?
I have.
And have you muted it for the jury? Have we muted it for the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would like to mark Sergeant Finney's body cam as the state's exhibit number 15 and publish it for the jury, please.
Okay.
Sergeant Finney, does this look up your body cam?
It does.
Okay. As we play it, I want you to walk the jury through what you were doing, why you were doing it, who was there, things like that.
Certainly. So the gentleman who's speaking right now is Lieutenant Gibson over the Homicide Division. I had also spoken with him a little bit about the situation of what was going on that evening and how we were conducting a search warrant for an ongoing investigation. He'd advised us that there was an individual that was at the hospital that had a case that was being investigated as a homicide. We did not know the method of the homicide. All we knew is that it was a homicide investigation. The other sergeant present is Josh Hargrave, who worked with me on Hermitage Midnights, and then the 2 uniformed officers present are Eric Ziegler and Philip Parker. Both of them are relatively new. I gave them instructions that once we went in that they were just simply there to help us clear the residence, make sure that there's no one inside that could be a threat to any investigators. So our primary goal at this point is this would not be considered a very hostile environment to our knowledge, but we still take the precautions necessary. So we're just going to go in and make sure that there's no one inside the building at this point. Lieutenant Gibson has a key to the residence. At this point, he is announcing inside the residence, to making our presence known that we are the Metro Nashville Police. We're here to conduct a search warrant. That way, if there is anyone inside the house, I'm documenting the time with my watch, audibly speak it into the body camera as well. At this time, we've made entry to it, and we're giving anyone that could be inside the residence, after multiple announcements, that we are the police and we're there with a search warrant, to make themselves known before we enter, just in case there is someone in there. We don't run into a situation that could turn into a use of force situation or be a surprise to anyone. We want everyone to know who we are and what we are doing.
Sergeant Finney, up there at the top, is that the date and time stamp for when you were executing the search warrant?
It is.
So it's February 27th, around 2 a.m. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. So we're giving an ample amount of time to anyone inside the residence because of the time of night that it is. If there were someone, say they're in bed, give them an opportunity to get dressed and let them know that we're coming in, and if they want to come speak with us, they can. As you see, there's no sense of urgency at this point, so we don't need to rush in there like we're going after an actual individual, because we don't believe anyone to be in the residence. Once an ample amount of time is given, we'll go into the residence. We're looking around just for any sort of weapons that could be present. We'll document that. We'll audibly tell the other officers that are going in there. So if we see knives in the kitchen, is obviously a place that there would be weapons. We're looking through, making sure there's no one inside any of the rooms. At one point, as we're walking through here, I do observe a handgun. Again, we were not told the method of the homicide. We just knew that it was a homicide investigation. So whether or not it's evidentiary, it's good to announce that, but it's also to let the other officers inside know that there is a weapon present in a certain location. So we're just doing a very precursory search of the residence to make sure that there's not an individual in there. Our role in this is to do just that and to have uniformed officers present, so it's obvious that the police are inside. So we're going to take the precautions that we can to make sure that everyone remains safe. Once we've completed our search, that's when the homicide detectives, who are in plain clothes, and our CSI unit comes in and does their investigation. So once we've completed the search, I instructed the 2 officers present to stay on the outside of the perimeter and just limit who has access to and from the apartment. Make sure that it's someone that has business being in there with law enforcement or law enforcement adjacent with our crime scene detectives, because not all of them are sworn personnel. So you can see we searched the residence. We didn't find anyone inside. So we're turning the scene over to Lieutenant Gibson of the homicide unit at this point.
Sergeant Finney, you did not collect any evidence, is that correct?
I did not.
Okay, can you walk the jury through how you would collect evidence when you're executing a search warrant, what precautions you take, things like that?
So anything that we're going to touch, we're going to want to have gloves on, first of all, to rule out any DNA that could be left by the officers that are responding. In this situation, we're not collecting any evidence because there's no one inside. It's a secure scene, and we can hand that over to our CSI unit to do all the evidence collection. But depending on what kind of evidence it depends on how it's packaged, and we'll leave that to those guys. They process it in the lab as well.
Okay, and do you photograph anything and document it if you were to collect evidence?
We would.
I wonder if you'll give me 1 minute. Are those my questions?
Or any questions from the witness?
Yes, thank you. Sergeant Feeney, did I understand you say you did see a gun in the apartment?
Yes.
And where was that?
I believe it was in the bedroom,
Do you know where in the bedroom?
maybe next to the nightstand. I don't recall.
So on the body camera with audio on it, can you hear you announcing that there's a gun?
Yes.
Is that something that other officers note also?
I would imagine they took a mental note of it, but I can't tell you what exactly they did.
So you're the only officer on the audio of that body cam that says something about the gun?
Yes, because I was the only officer that went into the room when I was clearing it that saw it.
Okay, so you're the only officer that goes in the room and notes the gun.
At that point in the search warrant, yes.
And that's actually on the audio of the body cam?
Correct.
Which we can't hear on this one.
Correct.
Were you present for the rest of the search of the apartment?
I was not inside, no.
Where were you positioned for the rest of the search?
Out in the parking lot.
What was your role during the rest of the search?
I still had to supervise a patrol shift, so the rest of the search, I was outside. I had nothing to do with the interior of the residence.
Did you leave before it was completed?
I did.
So you were essentially assigned to the entry team, and then once that was done, your duties were completed.
Yes, I left the 2 uniformed patrol officers on the scene, so if the plainclothes officers and the investigators needed any assistance from a marked uniformed patrol, that they would be present. But I also instructed them that if they had to do anything else, to notify me.
So you were available if they needed help,
Yes,
but your recollection is there was no help needed for the rest of the search.
correct. We had 94 square miles of coverage that we're responsible for, so I can't sit on one scene all night.
And this seems like an obvious question, but of
Mhm.
course your body cam doesn't show the rest of the search.
Correct.
Are you aware if there is any body cam that shows the rest of the search?
I am not.
Are you aware if there is policy related to body cam footage during the search of an apartment?
At that time, there was none.
There was no policy, or there is no body cam?
At that time, there was no policy that required you to keep a body camera on while you're conducting a search for residents. Typically, your crime scene investigators do all of that with a digital camera.
Okay. That might record the actual
Yes, but
search.
as to whether or not that exists, that's not in my scope of the investigation. That's not my role.
Are you aware if there's currently a policy related to body cams during searches?
I'm not up to date on our current policy. I've been on IOD for 2 years,
Oh, wow.
so
You're probably ready to get back, huh?
should be starting back soon. So,
Well, congratulations.
thank you.
Were you provided any information and related to sort of what the nature of this entry was or this search was related to before starting the search?
I was given information by the homicide unit that this was something that should have been done the previous day by the domestic violence division, and they failed to do so. So now they were having to come in later than they would have liked to conduct the search warrant, which is why I instructed my 2 officers who are relatively new to not touch anything and not get overly involved, because this would be going to trial in a few years, and it was less than ideal circumstances for them.
What part of it was less than ideal?
Well, when you're a new officer and you don't know what you don't know, so you don't know what you need to be looking for, you don't know what you need to announce, you don't know what you need to pay attention for, because whether or not you can recall something, 3, 4, 5 years later, is when you're brand new, those are things that you don't understand what to look for and what to do. So that's why I made sure that myself and another sergeant came out and were present at the execution of the search warrant.
You're a very experienced officer.
Mhm.
Why was it that it was your understanding that this search should have been done the day before?
I can't speak to why the domestic violence division failed to follow policy and protocol, but I just know that they did, because but I can't speak for the actions of another person.
You had indicated, I think on direct, that something about that scene not being secured. Did you have some understanding related to that?
It was locked when we got there. We were there to secure the scene with our 2 officers present. That as far as the outside of the perimeter being secured, it's an apartment complex. It was, as soon as we were made aware of it, we sent 2 officers there to make sure that no one entered or exited the residence. So, but from the time that we sent 2 officers there to whenever the incident originally occurred, I can't speak.
Did you have information about whether anybody else had actually been to the apartment?
No, not at that time.
You didn't actually have that information?
No, not at that time.
Did you have any information about whether anything had been removed from the apartment?
Not at all. Like I said, we were given very limited information, and I would prefer to have kept it that way. So I could tell that there was an issue somewhere, and I would let them work that out amongst themselves.
Generally, the information was that this should have been done the day before, but it wasn't.
Correct.
Thank you.
So you need to read your record.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Who's that with?
Jason Terry.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you?
I do.
Sir, would you please state and spell your name?
Jason Terry, Jasonterry.
And Mr. Terry, what is the current state of your employment?
I'm a retired Metro Nashville police officer.
And when did you enter into the retirement stage?
Approximately 3 years ago, it'll be 3 years in July.
How long were you with the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department?
23 years.
And about me doing the math, when did you start?
I started in 2000.
When you started in 2000, what were your duties, responsibilities with the police department?
I initially started out, as we all do, I worked patrol for approximately 5 years before becoming a detective in the sex crimes unit. I was there 4.5 years before transferring to the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force. From there, I was a detective in the auto theft unit for almost 5 years before completing my last almost 6 years in the crime scene unit.
And in February of 2023, what branch of the police department or what unit were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the crime scene unit.
And how long would that have been that you had been in the crime scene unit at that time?
At that time, about 5.5 years.
During those 5.5 years, had you responded to few or many crime scenes?
Quite a few.
Now, what does the crime scene unit do?
What we do is when we get called to a scene, and here in Nashville, most everything we can, if we're requested, will come out unless we find a reason not to. But generally what we do, we'll come out, we'll assist detectives or patrolmen, help identify possible evidence. That we'll then document the evidence. We'll collect it and then help preserve it by the way we package it and by the way we take it down to our property room for storage.
And to work in the crime scene unit or CSI unit of the police department, do you undergo any specialized training?
Yes. Initially, the training is for the ones like me that were sworn officers. We have both sworn and civilian crime scene technicians. With the sworn officers, is pretty much initially on the job training, because we have to have a minimum 3 years of service before we can even apply. But once we're in there, we get sent to the National Forensics Academy, which is a 10-week intensive course in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. It's held by the University of Tennessee. There's 10 weeks of crime scene investigation training, everything from different ways of fingerprinting to evidence collection to photography. We also are required, I believe it's within 2 years of being assigned to the crime scene unit, we have to become certified by the International Association of Identification. We are tested, we have to apply, and we have to pass in order to be certified as crime scene technicians.
And did you accomplish that?
I did, yes.
Now, as part of that, are there certain protocols, rules, for lack of a better term, that you would follow in entering and processing a crime scene?
There are. It's dependent on the scene, but there are certain protocols. We have certain standard operating procedures depending on what kind of scene it is, things we do.
Now, do you as a crime scene investigator always know the facts of what caused it to be a crime scene?
We do not. Generally, we depend a lot on the information the detectives give us. Unlike what you might see on television shows, we're not the ones sitting down interviewing witnesses and victims and suspects. And we get our information from the detective. We go through the scene. Now, as we do that, we're still open-minded if we see something can be helpful. But at the end, that scene belongs to that detective. We're there to assist, and we're more supplemental.
And are there some crime scenes that you respond to where it's obvious that an item might have evidentiary value?
Yes, it is.
A shooting scene and there's a weapon.
Yes, sir.
Might be something to collect, correct?
Yes, sir.
On the other hand, respond to a shooting scene, there may be an item that's totally irrelevant.
Quite a bit, yes, sir.
And would you collect something that you've already realized is totally irrelevant to that crime scene?
No.
And is that a judgment call that you make in consultation with the lead detective?
Right. Generally, the way it goes, the detectives, since they've done the talking to everybody involved, there's a search warrant involved. They're the ones that developed enough probable cause for the search warrant. They know all the context of what's going on. I get called in code for a scene, help identify certain things. They help put that, whatever you see, into possible context.
Now, as a crime scene investigator in 2023, were you wearing body-worn camera?
We were assigned them because, like I said, we're a sworn officer, but the basic function of a body-worn camera is your interaction with the public. So we weren't required on scenes or in that because we dealt with officers 99% of the time. So we had body-worn cameras, but we weren't required to have them on at a scene because we weren't interacting with the public.
And therefore, you be filming, you're collecting evidence or packaging it,
No.
doing anything like that?
We would not, no.
However, when you do go to a crime scene, is it recorded in another method? Photographs?
Yeah, that's one of the means we document it. There's several different tools we can use, but the one almost every crime scene I've ever worked, we photograph the scene. That's our main way we document a scene for future reference.
And when you go to a crime scene, would the detectives and or other officers normally be there ahead of you?
Yes, of course.
And as the crime scene investigator, do you have a protocol or standard operating procedure of how you view and assess the scene on a step-by-step process?
Everybody, it probably varies slightly, but yes, I had my own unique process. Like the way I'd write my reports, I'd speak with the detectives, see what they had, see what they required of me. I would then usually maybe walk the scene with them or go through the scene and initially take photographs because that's how the scene was when I arrived. And then after that, I would go back through, depending on what kind of scene it was, and collect any evidence that was observed.
Now, are you initially the one who would enter the apartment or the scene first?
No.
When you were working as a crime scene investigator, Metropolitan Nashville Police Department, in February of 2023, were you requested to come to a location at 1522 Lebanon Pike, Apartment 107?
I was.
And you recall approximately when and where you were when you received the request?
When I received the initial request, I was on a separate, as a death scene in South Nashville. Because I wasn't off that scene yet, we were running short that night. I believe I talked with Sergeant Chris Dickerson from the homicide unit who was requesting us. Spoke with him just about what they had, what they were needing from us, because if it meant we needed certain equipment that we use, which is only kept at the office, I would have to go from South Nashville to Madison, where our office was, and then go back to Hermes or there on Lebanon Pike address.
Okay. And referencing crime scenes, does the nature of the crime scene and or the request for assistance determine on how many crime scene investigators might go?
It can. There are certain specific crime scenes which require a supervisor, even if they're not working, we have to page them out. It's always, I work the midnight shift, 10:30 at night to 7 in the morning. And if you had one of those types of crime scenes, say an officer involved shooting, aggravated assault on an officer, a homicide, which was known to be a homicide at that time, we'd have to do, there's certain protocols we have, and you would have more than one, hopefully, that would come out, because there's several different things that you would do more administratively with regards to that scene.
And because of the nature of this incident and call, how many individuals from the crime scene unit responded?
One, me.
And when you left the other South Nashville scene, was there still work going on that one?
I don't recall. I believe usually when it's a death scene, non-suspicious death, once the medical examiner who usually calls us out there, I'll clear it with them. You don't need anything else from me. Once they say they don't need anything else, I'll leave.
And did you go directly from that scene to the
I did.
Lebanon Road?
I did.
And you recall approximately what time you arrived at 1522 Lebanon Pike?
I believe I originally had the call at 1:35 in the morning, and I arrived there a little after 2 a.m.
And were you familiar with that location,
Oh.
having been there previously?
Familiar with the location, and I'd actually grown up probably less than a tenth of a mile down the road from that location.
So when you arrived, describe what you observed with respect to law enforcement presence.
Right, there was multiple law enforcement there, police, different bosses within the homicide unit were there. I said the main point of contact I had was with Chris Dickerson. I arrived on the scene, they identified, Detective Reese has been the lead detective. Initial thing I'll do, I'll get out and immediately write down on what we call an ID work form. It just denotes the date, time. It's usually the initial photograph you will take in the series of photographs for that scene. I fill that out, and before I even get in, I meet with Detective Reese meets me, take possession of a comforter and a washcloth that were in a double bag trash bag. Note the date and time that I accepted that property, placed it in my van and secured it. Then I'll go on into the scene. Once I go into the scene, there's several detectives in the scene. I talk to them, find out again, confirm what exactly they need from me, what exact steps are they looking for. In this case, it was to collect certain items that they identified and to photograph the apartment, which is what I did.
Now, ask more about this perhaps later on when we get to the actual physical items, but with respect to receiving that comforter in the plastic trash bag, where did that transfer from Detective Reese to you take place?
It was in the parking lot. before I walked in.
And was Detective Reese therefore already out in the parking lot with the bag?
It was, yes.
And Lee, you said you took it and secured it.
Yeah, I did.
And did you have a vehicle crime scene investigation?
I did. It was a marked Metro Police Department suicide crime scene van. I think they were Chevy 1500s.
And did the item or items remain in the vehicle, locked in the vehicle, while you processed the apartment?
Yes.
No. What did you do initially upon going to apartment 107?
Initially, like I do always, I go in, confirm the information from the detectives in there, what they wanted from me. They pointed out the items that they wanted collected. I then took the camera and began my process of photographing the apartment as requested. And usually I start right through the front door and just try to tell a story, taking photographs of the entire scene and walking through, taking overall photos, generally at first, and then going back through and taking mid-range and close-up photographs of whatever evidence there is. But that's my initial step, is to photograph the scene as I find it.
Had you ever been inside apartment 107 prior to that early morning hour?
No, sir.
And upon stepping across the threshold or looking into the Terry, you will see those before.
Yes, these were the photographs I took that night.
Respectfully request they be introduced as next number exhibit, which is requested as public statement to the jury.
Okay. 610.
Harry, you referenced a few minutes ago about there being, the first photograph would be usually the work order. Is that what we're seeing here?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And what is the information contained on that document?
What it contains is the date and the time the series of photographs begins, the complaint number for that particular incident that I'm out on, what type of call, the 10 code for that victim. I didn't have the Ms. Denning's information at that time, so UAT means unknown. The address where we're at, the scene, and who requested us, along with my name.
Now, with respect to the complaint number, you may have heard a little about that before, but is that a unique identifying number?
It is a complaint number is specific to each individual incident that the police department gets called to, or they do a report on, or most everything they have to do with. The 23 just denotes the year, and the rest of it, like in this case, 120532, it's the 120,000 plus complaint number issued so far that year.
And what, if any, significance does that have with respect to your work as a crime scene investigator and the collection of evidence?
Everything I do, all the paperwork I submit, including the evidence that I collect, it's all packaged and stored at the property room under that complaint number. All the paperwork is associated with that complaint number.
Now, I believe you said earlier that one of the things you do is speak with the detectives to have an idea of what might be relevant in the nature of the call. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's definitely the complaint number. We always want to make sure we're on the same page, the complaint number they have, because everything they do gets tied under that complaint number too. Just make sure we have the same complaint number.
And based on getting that information, were there items that you were looking for based upon what the detectives had advised you?
Yeah, correct, yes.
And the next photograph, what are we seeing here?
This is just the initial external photograph of Miss Denningley of the building. Just a close-up of the sign denoting the building and what apartments are in that building.
And if we're standing looking at that 1540 in the apartment, where would the person be who's taking that photograph?
Outside.
Okay. As the parking lot.
Yes, correct. That's just a close-up, still outside of the apartment number.
Now, do you recall it was 107 on the first or second?
It'd be on the first level, first floor. Just a photograph of the external door going into the apartment 107.
Maybe we've already covered this, but was the door open or closed when you first walked up to it?
When I walked up to it, it was unlocked. Yes.
Okay. And so did you pull it back to take this photograph?
That I don't recall if the door was propped open. I believe it was shut when I first arrived and took the photograph. I don't recall.
And the reason I ask that is once you entered, were there officers inside as you were taking your photographs?
There were, I think a couple of homicide unit detectives were in there.
Right. Now, we've gone to the next photograph. What are we seeing and where are we in the apartment?
Yeah, this is immediately as you come in the door. The first photograph captures part of the kitchen because the apartment, the way it's set up, you walk directly into the kitchen, the door. So that's the first photograph I take, as if you're walking into the door, this is what I see. Again, it's a little better flash. Just kind of working my way around the room. Same location, just shifted a little bit more to the right.
And with respect to the counter or the island area there, were there items of interest to you?
There were, yes.
And what were
The items of interest that have been identified to me by the homicide unit were the two bottles, the Minute Maid and the V8 splash bottle there in the middle. This glass, which was half filled with clear liquid, and this glass, which was empty.
With respect to where that Minute Maid and the other bottle had been before you entered, were you aware of where they were located?
I was advised that those bottles had been placed on the counter by the homicide unit who had removed them from the refrigerator.
Clear. Not good.
Oh.
And we'll go to the
This is just a photograph of the island at the center of everything.
and when I ask few minutes ago if there were homicide detectives inside
Yes.
while you were working.
There's one of them there to the right.
At that time, based upon the information you had, did the paintings, for lack of a better term, there on the island have any significance to you?
No.
Did you consider them to be evidentiary matters to be collected?
Not from the information I had at that time, or just from looking at it, I didn't see anything of value.
Move on. And in this, again, you're saying you're panning or taking views from different angles, is that correct?
Yeah, it's just where I stand in the same spot initially, and I'll just kind of slice the room up like a pie and just go around from one corner to the other corner.
And you made pie, that might, or said the word pie, that made me think, did you see any food?
There was on top of the stove and the pan, there were cookies, baked cookies.
Did you notice any security camera surveillance inside the apartment? I would direct your attention to where Detective Mathis.
Yeah, I had to think that for the second. Just, yeah, right there in the corner, right there. Right next to Detective Mathis's right elbow.
Could you circle that?
Sure.
Did that appear to be activated or?
No, from what I recall, no.
Reference the cookies.
Yes.
Are they in this photograph? If you could circle.
Sure.
And to the right of the cookies, did that also appear to be food items?
It did. I don't recall looking inside. There, right there, the Tupperware containers.
And again, with the same sort of question, did those have any evidentiary value with respect to anything that you knew about this case?
No, sir.
And close-up view of what previously looked at, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall whether there were any dirty dishes in the sink or?
I don't recall any, no.
And again, more of a close-up of what we've already discussed, is that correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Now, in looking at the cookies, does there appear to be one missing?
Appears to be two missing.
Two. And where is this? And is this still Detective Mathis in the background?
It is. This just shows just down from there the position of where the trash can was in relation to the rest of the kitchen. It just shows a more complete photograph of the kitchen. Photograph of the kitchen island just from the opposite side. Close up of the glass that was identified to me by the homicide unit and the clear liquid inside.
And was that one of the items that were later collected?
It was, yes. This photograph of the Minute Maid bottle and the V8 splash bottle, again, that had been identified by the homicide unit as things they wish collected. Close up of those same two bottles. That's a close up of the empty drinking glass that was also identified by the homicide unit as something they wanted collected.
Other than what we're seeing here on the island, Do you recall whether there were any other drinking glasses on any other counter or elsewhere?
I'm sure there was. I don't recall seeing any that homicide believed warranted my attention, or I didn't see any that had any liquids in it or looked to be recently used. Just a close-up of a single glass.
Now, to the left of the, as we're looking at it, the glass, does there appear to be a piece of paper?
Right there, it looks like it's instructions for the card game Uno. It's just an overall shot of the living room area. This is a shot from the living room, looking into the bedroom.
Do you recall how many bedrooms there were in this apartment?
There's two. 2 bed, 2 bath.
And which one are we looking into now?
It's the only one that had a bed in it. I assume that was Miss Denning's room. It's the one, if you're facing, it's on the right of the living room if you're facing the living room. This was the initial view. As you walk through the door, you're right in the door frame of the bedroom. And again, like before, this is to my immediate left, and I will rotate around with the photographs, just basically corner to corner.
And with respect to the blinds, were they in that condition as in being pulled down and closed when you entered?
Yes, what you're seeing in these photographs is how it was when I first witnessed it, when I first saw it. Again, just the opposite corner, showing part of the bed and the window. Again, just rotating around, a shot of the bed. Rotating around to the opposite corner and showing the door to the walk-in closet.
With respect to the glass, the drinking utensil there on the end table, did that have any significance?
No.
And in fact, did you collect anything from the bedroom?
No, the only thing I collected was there on the island, per what homicide instructed and what they wanted.
I want to ask before we leave the nightstand, in any area of the bedroom, did you see a weapon?
There is one. This shot doesn't show it. I think one of the shots me coming out of the closet will show it, but there is one.
And where was it?
Like I said, you can't see it, but you'll see it in a different photograph. It's right in there. It's a pistol in the holster. You'll see the top end of it.
I believe we will, as you say, get to it in a moment.
Yes, I think it's the series after I photograph in the closet, turn back around and take more photographs. It's just the door to the walk-in closet. Just from the door, a view of the walk-in closet.
And did you, for lack of a better term, search that to any extent?
I visually searched it. No, I visually searched it, looked through it. Again, the homicide unit detectives were the one executing the search warrant and it signed off.
And were you directed to collect anything from there?
No, sir. It's just the closet floor. Just working my way up to the what's on the hangers in the closet and the tops of the closet. It's just me coming back out of the closet facing the bedroom. And again, just a photograph of a nightstand.
And
Should be the next one.
yes,
And there's just an overall of the nightstand and what's around, and the pistol we was talking about earlier.
did you, excuse me, circle that?
Right there.
Did that have any evidentiary value as far as you were concerned?
No, it wasn't a shooting scene. There was no allegation that anyone had been shot or any gun had been used. Someone's private weapon. Didn't make any sense. There was no reason to collect it.
Was there anything illegal about it?
No.
Now, the item, see an item, I guess it would be in the photograph down,
Mhm.
white straps.
Mm-hmm.
What was that, you know?
I believe it was a Apple, or is an Apple Watch or an Apple-esque type watch.
And again, at that time, based upon information, did it have any evidentiary value as far as being collected?
No, nothing was said to me. No.
Now, the bottle with the yellow top,
Mm-hmm.
do you recall what that was?
It was a supplement. I don't remember exactly what the supplement was off the top of my head.
And the item to the right of the yellow top bottle?
Looks to be a candle next to a half-eaten package of peanut butter M&Ms, a Sharpie pen, and an adapter.
And now you just walking out of the closet, correct?
Correct. Again, just a different series of photographs there, just from a different angle. Again, that was at the door, bedroom door facing out. Just to the left before you walk out, there's a door on the left. That was the bathroom in the bedroom. That's what this is.
Recall how many bathrooms there were?
2.
So this is the one off the,
One off the what they would call the master bedroom. Yes. Just as you walk through the door, just a photograph of the tub and the initial photographs of the bathroom.
and appeared to be anything out of the ordinary in the bathroom.
No, not at all. Again, just same series, just different angle. Same bathroom, different angle.
Let me ask, Mr. Terry, when Detective Reese gave you the plastic bag comforter, did you open it up and look at it?
I did.
Right then?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, was within the white bags, trash bags?
There was a blue comforter and a yellow washcloth.
I'll say, did you, in looking through the apartment, see anything similar to the washcloth that was in the bag?
Yeah, it looked similar to those up there.
We'll move on.
Just close up of the sink in that same bathroom.
Did anything strike you as being unusual or
No, just
evidence?
it's spotless, but very clean. That's the only thing. This is from the door of the Miss Denning's bedroom facing the other bedroom through the living room. Just the other bedroom from the door looking in. Again, just rotating around the room. This is the corner of that same room. Again, just rotating to the right, different, covers the right corner of the room.
Did you go through any of the, like that hamper or look at the magazine that was there?
Just cursory glance. I know that one had something to do with pregnancy and becoming pregnant.
Was there a, you may have already answered this or said this, but was there a bed in that second bedroom?
No, there was not. 2 chairs, like some baby clothes and opposite, which we'll see here in a second.
And are we still in that second bedroom?
Now, I think we skipped some photographs there. Because this is facing the bedroom from inside the walk-in closet attached to the second bedroom.
So did you spend any great significant amount of time in that second?
Yeah, photographed it from a couple of different angles, yes. There we go. Photograph from inside the closet, or from the door leading into the attached walk-in closet.
Let's go back there for a second. Did you see in that bedroom or that closet any items that would be associated with a baby?
Oh, yes. You have a couple of baby odors. I think that was a walker. When you'll see on additional photographs over here on the side, you're going to show some boxes with, I think, with diapers and some formula.
It's just the
The bathroom attached to the second bedroom and the second walk-in closet. Same, just the toilet, counter. The walk-in closet, again, just showing what's on the top shelf.
okay. I believe you reference Pampers or those.
Yeah, there's some Pampers over here. It shows the far corner from the bedroom looking into the walk-in closet. This was on that shelf that I just took. You got some wipes, some formula, diapers, different items relating to child care, infant care. Again, just some items on the floor. Looks like something else from Pampers down in the box below. This was the walk-in closet from the bathroom facing back into the bedroom. That same corner just shows what's on the shelf. And what shows below. Looks like that was a walker / car seat for an infant. Just more of a close-up view of those same two walkers and baby carrier seat.
Did you look in any of those tubs or the ice chest?
I did not know.
That's all. So, finish the photography part.
Yes, sir.
What comes next?
What comes next is to do the evidence collection.
And are there any procedures or protocols that you adhere to in collecting items of evidence?
Yeah, you always want to take whatever precautions you can, such as wearing protective gloves, making sure they're separated, having whatever mode you're putting it in. In our case, depending on what it is, it's usually a paper sack. So have that available.
And did you follow that process and procedure in this case?
I did. This was a little unique in that you had fluids. Normally, when it comes to any kind of fluids, we'll just do a swab of it. In this case, I thought it was more important to get a larger sample of it. So the clear liquid in the drinking glass, I put like in a little plastic vial that we have. That's specific for liquid collections. I did that, then I collected everything else as a whole, but I mean, it was in separate bags. You denote the time and the date that you actually take possession of it, that you take custody of it, and you make sure that's marked down also.
Okay. And is that actually placed on the bag or the whatever the evidence is placed in?
It is, along with the complaint number, where it was obtained from, what exactly is in that individual sack, and date, time.
Council has seen these items before, but I can bring the box over if I want to look again. Okay, thank you. I apologize if this may take take a minute, but if I could have these items passed up to Mr. Terry one at a time. And actually, let me pull it over here this way. I can show you which one. Particular order. If I could ask this, I don't, maybe we'll have it here anyway. Mr. Terry, you're being handed
Thank you.
an item package in a paper bag. Can you look at that and tell us by the markings and identification whether or not you recognize that?
Yes, this was the packaging for clear drinking glass, and I have it denoted on the bottom inside the box. That wasn't recovered at the scene. That was just the means of safely packaging it within here to make sure it didn't break.
So it was a glass.
Yes, yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would ask that be introduced as the next number exhibit.
So,
This is the glass that previously held the liquid. The reason I know that is because I put that on the bag just to differentiate the other one that was empty when we found it. One thing I didn't talk about earlier is the way we know is, again, complaint number, type of call them out on, the address where it's recovered, date and time it's recovered, and exactly what's inside the box. This tape is done by the lab, so is that, but the initial tape is called integrity tape to make sure no one has opened this. After I sealed it, the way you know that is from the integrity tape, plus I put my initials and the date that I sealed this.
Your Honor, would that be exhibit 18?
okay.
This looks to be the Minute Maid pink lemonade bottle, which at this point was empty, and the V8 Splash fruit medley bottle that are in here, and they would have been put in separate sacks within this sack.
If you recover something that has liquids in it, what is done with
The liquid, it's once it's packaged like everything else, packaged and put in the property room because the detective decide what testing is needed, what they want to be looked for. Because this is, at the time, we didn't know exactly, or I wasn't aware what drug or if a drug had been involved. It's packaged in the way that we would normally package any type of drug, which is in a clear bag, and it's double bagged for safety.
I believe that would be exhibit. Yes, these three and do it individually, but safety. Mr. Terry, you're being handed three packages. I want to deal with them individually.
Sure.
Those necessary sequence with, would you take a look at those and see if you recognize?
Yes, these are the vials of the various liquids that I recovered.
Let's start with the one in your left hand.
Sure.
What does that contain?
This is a sample of the liquid from the water glass, the clear liquid from the water glass.
I said he produced.
Okay.
Now, we can go ahead and get it, just so they don't get it. And the next one.
This is the sample I collected from the V8 splash bottle.
Does it contain the appropriate markings and identification?
It does, like the other bags. These bags are specific where they were basically to open one of these, you basically have to disintegrate it. I mean, it rips open. It's not a clean rip. So when we seal it, we'll still put our initials on the back just to show that when it was sealed.
All right, that's that be introduced as the one.
Okay.
And then the third.
Third one is a sample of the liquid collected from the Minute Maid bottle.
Same identification, same complaint number.
Same identification, same complaint number, same information. My name's on it, definitely my handwriting, and initials on that.
Okay. Now, talk about the item you received from Detective Reese.
Yes.
Did you process that, or you said you looked at it, saw a comforter and a washcloth? Did you process it with respect to packaging, repackaging there at the scene?
At the scene, no. It was transported as is to our office, CSI office on Mott Drive in Madison.
And what, if anything, did you do with those items there?
With those items, we call them drying cabinets. They're just the big cabinets that you put things in that has air that circulates around that helps dry wet items. Because, from my understanding, there had been substance on the comforter. I placed it inside the drying cabinet to ensure it was dry, because if you turn in articles of cloth or most anything and you package it wet, it can mildew and mold over time, which can compromise and contaminate evidence.
And with respect to the trash bags,
Those are packaged separately. They came with the comforter and are packaged separately.
if I could ask this item, the next witness.
Yeah. This contained the yellow washcloth and the white trash bags, and they were packaged in here separately, so it's not everything's free flowing, contacting each other. They're packaged separately within this one package.
All right, ask that be introduced as Exhibit 23.
Okay.
And work my way around with this item. I'm not approach one.
Okay.
Okay. Now, does the big box have anything really to do with this, other than?
No, the big box doesn't. Inside is the bag. We have gloves. I'll pick it up, pull it out. I don't have any.
Do you want him to?
Do you need me to
Well, I
lift
think
it up?
the paper bag, we're not going to ask you to open it and get down to the actual comforter.
You want gloves for the bag?
Yes, sir. So it's not going to lift it out.
What is the significance of any of the red?
The red, these bags are used to package things which might contain a biohazard, blood, semen, anything, any bodily type fluid or anything of an unknown. That's what that's for, because they're labeled on here biohazard on that side. This is the bag and where we place the comforter for packaging, just due to its size. On here is the same information as the other bags: complaint number, type of call, location, date, time collected, and what's exactly in here. Also have the complaint number written on there. No, you can't see it on here. My name is on the integrity tape and initialed also.
That we introduced is the next one, exhibit 24. And council has no objection, was that the outside box has no relevance, but might leave it in that for the sake of. Thank you. Court's permission to ask that this small photographs be passed to the witness.
All right.
Okay, if you just take a look at those and see if those correspond to the markings and labels on the comforter and trash bag exhibit that you previously discussed.
It is.
Or if I could just,
You need a hard copy?
just put these on,
Okay.
if I could publish these briefly. So what is this photograph of?
It's a photograph of that same bag I just showed you, containing the blue comforter.
Of the markings on the bag?
Yes.
And this, the,
Yeah, that's just something placed on there by our property room. Basically, the information provided on here is the same thing that I place on the, that entered into the property sheet that accompanies the property.
I'm going to ask you about the property room. We talked about a drying cabinet at the Myatt Drive,
Mhm.
your office.
Yes.
What is and where is the property room?
Property is behind the East Precinct off Trinity Lane, huge building behind there.
And is it what it?
It is
sounds
what
like?
it says. It's not manned 24 hours, and on our shift, working midnight, they have an officer's, what they call an officer's workroom that contains various and numerous lockers of various sizes that we can store the recovered property in and lock it up, and they're the only ones that have keys to the locks.
And is the property then remain there until it's needed, either to be sent for examination or court?
Yes, that is where it stays.
It's just a photograph again, the labeling of the comforter. And does that show the date and time you received it from Detective Reese?
Yes, it's worded the exact same as I listed this item, the blue comforter on my property sheet.
And then photograph the outside of the trash bag that's previously been introduced, is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And then here you can see perhaps a little
Yeah.
close-up of the labeling for that bag, is that correct?
Just the property label that's placed on it is the property room, containing the same information, containing the washcloth collected from Detective Reese at 0219 hours on the 27th of February.
I don't know if I could return these to the clerk. collection, packaging, processing, is that your responsibilities in this case?
Collecting and packaging, yes. I do not. The only, if you want to use terms such as photographing, the actual processing, I do not do.
So after your job is done, it goes to someone else.
That's correct. Whatever requests are made from the homicide detectives, it'll follow the property to the lab, and that's where the testing is completed. At this point, once I have everything turned in, packaged, paperwork complete, my involvement in the case ends until usually I don't hear anything about it. I don't get notified of results. Usually the only time I know that a case has come through fruition is when I get notified 3 or 4 years later for court. And that's where I learn the result of the testing and anything like that. But as soon as this part of it is done for me, that's my involvement is over.
You're on to the next call.
Yes, sir.
One thing I wanted to ask about, we went through a lot of photographs of that apartment.
Mm-hmm.
2 bedroom, 2 bath. Throughout looking and photographing that apartment, did you see any alcoholic beverage
I did not know.
or any alcoholic beverage containers?
No, sir.
Did you see anything of drugs? Any?
I don't recall. I can't remember if there was a. No, I don't believe so. No, I was fixing to say I can't remember if there was a pill bottle on the nightstand or not.
You said it was a supplement.
Yes.
Okay. But with respect to, have you worked scenes where there have been drugs?
I have, yes.
And have you worked scenes that really didn't involve drugs, but there were drugs there?
Yes.
Is that something you would notice and document?
Yes.
And as far as any drug paraphernalia, right, pipe, blunts, whatever, did you see anything like that there?
I did not.
Okay.
I don't know if this comes with a medication or not, but did you see an EpiPen or anything
No, I did
like
not.
that
No, sir.
there at all? And I believe where he asked about body-worn camera and videoing
Yes, sir.
while you're there, but do you do that while you're packaging the evidence?
No. Again, the purpose of body-worn camera is your interaction with the public. It would only be on if I'm actually out performing police duties, a traffic stop, or I decide because I'm a sworn officer, I would answer a call, back up another officer, then it would go on like normal. But not there, no.
Those are my questions. All right, questions? Have Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. May I please see Exhibit 16 and Exhibit 25?
25.
Morning, is Officer Terry still the appropriate?
Mr. Terry, Jason, either or is fine.
So, I'm going to say Officer Terry since it feels appropriate here in this
Yes, sir.
setting.
Yes, sir.
Officer Terry, you clearly have a lot of experience as a trained officer doing these kind of investigations. And part of your training and experience, you're trained for thoroughness in these kind of investigations. Is that fair?
Yeah, based upon the information that's provided to me, yes.
Sure, you're provided information and then you're trained to execute on that information in as thorough a manner as possible, right?
We try, yes.
And part of that is to gather anything that might be potential evidence, right?
Based on the information we have, yes.
Sure.
Yeah,
And this is particularly true when we know it's a very serious case, right?
potentially, yes.
And at this point in time, in this case, you had been communicating with Detective Reese, who's a homicide detective, right?
Yeah, and I talked with Sergeant Dickerson from homicide.
Who's also from homicide.
Yes.
So you knew that this was potentially a homicide investigation.
Potentially, yes. Just due to the, yes.
They were treating it as if it might be a homicide investigation. Is that fair?
Yes.
Usually homicide doesn't get involved if this is something that might not be treated as a homicide investigation. Is that fair?
Not necessarily. If it's something of importance, of something they need, the homicide guys are generally considered the best detectives around. They will, something an unknown such as this, initially, it can go to them, yes.
But the information you have is that they were concerned about it being a poisoning. Is that?
Possible ingestion of poison, or in this case, a drug.
That might have been something like a homicide, right?
It could have been, yes.
So in that situation, everybody's kind of trying to do their absolute best job, right?
Yes.
Preserve the most evidence possible.
Preserve what we can, yes.
And so that information that you had was, we look for anything that could be related to potential poisoning, right?
Based on, yes, what homicide detectives have told me.
And of course, you're taking directive from Detective Reese. Is it Sergeant or Lieutenant Dickerson?
I don't know what his rank is now.
Right. Chris Dickerson,
Thank
right?
you. Yes.
Okay. So you're taking directive from those two in terms of what you should be focusing on.
Right, correct.
And obviously, if you see something that sticks out to you, you're going to collect that as well.
Yes, I'm going to ask about it. If it fits in with the information they have, it's a relative, I'll ask that.
And you have some, in particular, since you're a very experienced officer, you have some leeway to collect additional things that maybe appear important to the case, right?
Oh, yeah, I would definitely talk to them about it because they're the one executing the search warrant. But yes, of course, I would talk to them about it.
So your kind of limitations are you don't collect anything without their approval.
No, I don't need their approval, but like I said earlier, it's their scene. It's their responsibility regarding, because they're in charge of the investigation. And I would talk to them about it. Let them know we have this might be something we need to collect or we don't. I would talk to them about it if there was any kind of conflict. That's a really good team over there on the homicide unit. I've worked with them several times. So that wouldn't be an issue of communicating. But I would definitely want them to know I'm just not going to arbitrarily start grabbing stuff. So yeah, it would be discussed with them.
But ultimately, they give the yay or nay on what you're collecting.
They can. I mean, I can collect it anyway, but yeah, they can give the yay or nay because, like I said, they're the ones that have all the available knowledge that you can at that time because they've talked to everyone involved. So, I trust what they're saying.
So, the information that you had is potential poisoning, potentially drugs were involved, and we need to collect things that could be related to that information.
Right, and potentially a pink liquid.
Pink liquid.
Yes.
And you knew you were directed to collect the clear glasses, right?
Yes.
And the pink liquids.
Yes.
Before we get into the specific things that you collected, I'm going to put a kind of pin in that.
Yeah.
Did you have information that people had already been to that apartment before you had been there?
Yes.
What information did you have about that?
That just, I think, family and friends had gone in previously, documented what they saw inside and collected a comforter and packaged that comforter.
Was it your understanding that that was kind of in coordination with law enforcement?
No, not with us, no.
In your experience in working homicide cases, serious cases, is that kind of what you want in a scene?
No, it's not preferred, no.
What would you prefer in a scene?
I would prefer that we have the initial access, just if for nothing else, how things are collected, packaging, the order in which it's done. That's much more preferred. It's much more way to keep everything secure.
What concerns does that raise for you?
Several different concerns, but just generally the security of the crime scene.
When you say security, what does that mean? Because that sounds like a specialized kind of term.
No, security of the crime scene just means that the crime scene itself remains as pristine as possible.
pristine, like nothing's been moved, nothing's been touched inadvertently?
Correct, yes.
Because you want to see an exact snapshot of how something that's supposedly a crime scene was at the time, right?
Well, as close as you can.
That makes your job, your ability to collect and preserve evidence, you can do it exactly how it was at the time.
Yes,
right?
as close as possible. Yes.
As close as possible.
Yes, sir.
Sure. Did you have access to any videos or anything of what happened when people were at the apartment before you went?
No.
Were you given a description of what occurred when the people went to the apartment?
Just a brief description regarding, what exactly they did, yes.
Were you told how many times people went to the apartment?
No, I was just told that once, but I don't know if there was other times.
If you were processing the comforter, which we know was removed prior to your presence, how would you have handled the comforter?
After photographing it, doing the same sequence I would do with everything else, it would be placed probably at that point leaving the scene, just because comforters are somewhat difficult to package, and even the oversized bags, that wouldn't be done on scene. More likely it would be packaged on scene in a biohazard, one of those big red biohazard bags, and put in that and secured for transportation.
And are biohazard bags specialized?
Yeah, they're just, like I said, the big red bags that have biohazard on it.
So does that mean nothing can get in or out?
That's a trash bag, yeah. I mean, it still has to be secured, but yes.
Is it different from like a store trash bag?
I'm not sure of the quality of it. To me, they might feel sturdier, but I really don't know.
Is it closed fully, like you tie it fully off?
You have to tie it fully off, yes.
And that's your protocol?
Yes. Well, yeah, that's what I would do.
You then put it inside of like a paper bag that's sealed?
Well, no, not for transport. I would just put it inside there, and generally, depending on the possible biohazard, and if there's a lot of liquid, if not, I will place it on some butcher paper that I kept inside the van, or absent the butcher paper, use some of those the evidence bags, lay that down and set it on top of there.
If there was any kind of biological material like chunks of vomit, to be blunt,
Yeah.
is that something you would collect independently?
No.
That would you just leave that on the comforter?
I would leave that. At best, I might do a swab just to be on the safe side, but that would lay us down the comforter.
I want to talk about Your Honor, permission to publish photographs from Exhibit 16 to the rules. I want to ask you a few questions about some of the photographs that you took.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't know which letter this is, but this is a photograph of Detective Mathis in the island, it appears.
I believe so, yes.
Are you aware if those bottles were already on the island when police officers arrived at the scene?
Way it's described to me, and as I indicate in my crime scene report, they were placed there by the homicide detectives.
So potentially homicide detectives, Detective Reese, and whoever he was working
Whoever
with,
was there, yeah.
went into the somewhere and took them out.
Yes.
You know where they took them out from?
I believe it was the refrigerator, from what I was told.
You didn't actually witness that.
No.
You don't know where in the fridge they took them out from?
No.
You don't know. Do you know when they took them out?
No, not exactly, no.
You indicated you did not take samples of any of these food items. Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
So we didn't take samples of these cookies. Is that right?
Oh, yes, sir, that's correct.
Do we know what's inside this bowl right here? And this is a photograph, a close-up photograph of the food.
Yeah, I believe from looking on the outside it was gravy. I think the other one had some noodle-ish type thing in it, I believe, if I remember correctly.
If we had information in this trial that this was a chicken Alfredo dinner, is it possible that was Alfredo sauce?
Yeah, it was possible, yes.
But you did not take a sample of the Alfredo sauce.
I did not know.
And you did not take a sample of what looks like it could be spaghetti in here?
No, I did not.
And do you know what's inside these foil packs?
I don't recall. I'm thinking breadsticks, but I can't specifically recall.
So in a case that is potentially a poisoning case, none of the food items were collected.
No.
And that means, so far as you know, none of the food items were tested today.
They were not, no.
And that was a decision that Detective Reese made?
Well, collectively, they said, based on the information, the pink liquid being talked about, that they identified these liquids as what they wanted collected.
At any point in time, did you have a discussion with Detective Reese and say, out of an abundance of caution, maybe we should collect a little bit of this?
I don't recall having that conversation, no.
Just to orient everybody and the court reporter here, this is a picture of the island facing the sink.
Yes.
And next to the sink, do you see a sort of a pink cup with a top on it?
Yeah.
Yes, circled right there. Thank you. Do you recall ever looking inside that pink cup?
I don't recall. That would be something I would have done, but I don't recall that, no.
And my understanding is you did not collect that pink cup?
I did not, no.
Do you recall ever having a conversation with Detective Reese about collecting that pink cup?
No.
Do you recall attempting to take any kind of swab or anything out of that pink cup?
No.
And just because we're talking about swabs a little bit, it is potentially possible at crime scenes to get very, very trace amounts of evidence from surfaces, from cups, from other places. Is that right?
Yes.
Sometimes, especially in drug cases, I mean, drugs can leave like very, very small amounts can be found places, right?
Correct.
And so that was not something that was ever collected or tested, so far as you know.
No.
And this, to orient everybody, this is the picture kind of the bed and the nightstand. Is that right?
Oh, yes, sir.
And on the nightstand, I think it was mentioned earlier, there is another cup, right?
That's correct.
Do you remember ever looking or investigating the cup specifically?
Yeah, I don't believe there was anything inside.
Do you remember if you took a swab of the cup?
I did not.
Do you remember having a discussion with Detective Reese at any point in time about whether that cup should be collected?
No.
And so that was never an item that was collected or preserved or tested so far as you're aware?
No.
Similarly, this is we noted some kind of supplement or something on the bedstand.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember looking inside the supplement bottle?
I did. I do remember looking inside. I don't remember it seeming anything out of the ordinary.
Okay, and there's no pictures in there, right?
No, there's not.
Do you know, down in this nightstand, there is a green item.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that green item is?
I don't recall, no.
Next to the bed, there's a backpack.
Yes,
At any point in time, did you look inside the backpack?
I did.
Okay, and there's no pictures inside the backpack.
No.
So that's not something that was necessarily preserved.
The backpack? No.
Yeah, based on your investigation.
No.
This window, and this is in the bedroom picture of the window. You indicated that the shades were down. That's exactly how it was when you got there.
Yes.
Do you know, when you look out that window, what you're looking at?
I believe it's the balcony based upon floor plan I've seen of those apartments over there. I believe it's the balcony.
Do you know what is behind the apartment complex?
That I do not. I'm trying to remember which side that was on. It could be, depending on which way it's facing. I don't
Is
know.
it a business?
If it could be, if it's on, if you're looking at the front of the building from the parking lot that's to the left, there are businesses through there.
This photograph of the closet, I understand when you testified earlier, you looked inside the closet, but you did not do a thorough search of the closet.
No, it did not.
So here we have some little sort of like a jewelry box kind of thing with drawers. Is that right?
Appears to be. Excuse me.
You didn't look inside the jewelry box drawers at all.
I did not know.
We have sort of several clothing drawers that are maybe closed. It's hard to tell if they're closed or open. You didn't look inside any of those.
I did not.
Up top here, it appears that there are several boxes stacked up, maybe shoe boxes, kind of 2 rows deep at least. Is that correct?
Appears to be, yes.
Did you look inside any of those boxes?
I did not know.
Here there are like sort of cloth tubs almost. Did you pull any of those down and look inside any of those?
I did not.
I know that you've done a lot of investigations and probably some drug investigations. Are there a plethora of places inside this closet where drugs could be hidden?
Could be, yes.
So there was a question about, well, you didn't find any drugs in this house, but is it common for people to leave all of their drugs just sitting out every time?
No.
And this is a better picture of all the boxes that are up there, shoe boxes and stuff.
Yes, sir.
Just to confirm, you didn't pull down and look at any of those, right?
I did not.
This bathroom, there's a number of drawers and cabinets in here. Is that right?
Yes.
I didn't notice any pictures inside any of the drawers or cabinets. Did you look inside there?
Yes. That would be normal. Open the drawer or open the bottom. Yes.
Was there anything like a medicine cabinet or anywhere inside there?
No.
So even like things like Tylenol or Band-Aids or first aid kind of stuff, that wasn't in any of there?
I didn't notice any. They didn't have the traditional cabinet that you open from the mirror, that type of thing, no.
Did you find any spot in this apartment where that stuff was kept?
No, I don't recall it, no.
And here, and I think this is just a different angle, here we have like a cooler and some tubs,
Mhm.
right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't look at any of those, did you?
No. So, I mean, the one on top, it was open, but other than that, no.
There was one thing at the beginning. I've got no exhibit pictures I flipped around. This is the picture in the kitchen facing Detective Mathis.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And there was a question here about this surveillance camera.
Yes, sir.
You did not collect that surveillance camera, did you?
No, I did not.
Were you provided any information prior to doing your work here that there was some concern about the surveillance camera?
No.
As part of your job as a crime scene investigator, do you occasionally have an opportunity to take fingerprint samples?
Yes.
And what does that process kind of entail?
Fingerprint samples involve just, like I said, it's fingerprint powder on the surface, depending on the surface. Seeing if there's any ridges and details, and then lifting them with lift tape.
And you can't always get fingerprints from every surface, right?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir.
Sometimes, I mean, it looks like that in TV shows a lot, but it's often very tough, isn't it?
Correct, yes, sir.
But potentially, if there was an allegation that that an item was moved by somebody, that could be a candidate for a fingerprint sample, couldn't it have been?
Could it be, based on your question? Yes.
Okay. But at no point in time were you asked to collect that security camera, were you?
I was not, no.
And so far as you're aware, that was not collected or processed.
Not by me. I don't know if it ever was, but not by me, no, sir.
I think I straightened out our exhibits. 1 second, I have another couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 25C. This is a label
Yes, sir.
from the property room.
Okay.
In the bottom left corner, it indicates that it was received on 2/25/9/30.
That's the date of incident as listed on the 110 form is the property sheet. Because you have to list the date collected and the date of the incident. And that initial complaint number was for that date and time. I don't know why it's listed that way in the system.
Right. That's not what it says, though, right? It says received on,
Yes, correct.
and you don't know why it says that?
No, no, sir, I do not.
Your Honor, I think when you received the comforter, was the washcloth in the same bag as the comforter?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any reader records?
Yes, Your Honor. Do you need these?
Like the same Officer Terry then, but
Yes, sir.
or Mr. Terry, with respect to was the washcloth then tucked in with the comforter?
I believe so. I mean, I could see it in there, so I knew it was in there.
Counsel asked about the collection of evidence, and you're trying to do your best job, correct?
Yes, sir.
And wearing gloves is one of the main things, correct?
Yes, sir.
In collecting evidence.
Yes, sir.
Ask about drugs and scenes of homicide. I believe you said was previous call you've been on was drug related?
It was a death scene, and one of the things I recovered was, I believe it was a mirror that had some white powder on
And have you worked overdose deaths?
it. I have, yes.
And at those scenes, do you see paraphernalia and drugs?
Yes, if it's an overdose scene, generally the last drug they took or a portion of it or the packaging of it is going to be right there.
Anything like that whatsoever in this scene?
No, sir.
The counsel asked about the backpack that you looked in.
Mhm.
Do you remember what was in it? Was anything?
I don't recall. It was nothing that stood out of being of value, so I don't recall what was in there.
Okay. Now, one thing as well, it goes back to kind of doing the best job with the gloves. Unlike TV, perhaps, but do you wear like biohazard suits?
No. I mean, there are certain criteria and protocol where we would, but 99.9% of the time, no, we do not.
Okay. And were you wearing one of those suits, biohazard suits, at the previous incident that you went to?
I was not, no.
All right. And at this scene?
No,
I don't
sir.
have any pictures of you.
No, sir.
Okay. And did you change clothes from one scene to another?
No, sir.
And one of the things about wearing gloves, would that be to try as much as possible to avoid contamination?
Yes.
All right. Can that possibility be 100% humanly eliminated from any scene?
No, we can try our best to make it as unlikely as possible, but I cannot make it where it's impossible.
I believe you said that folding the comforter into a bag is one of those difficult things.
Very difficult, yes.
Right. And as you're doing that, do you have to?
You try your best not to make any direct contact with the comforter for a lot of different reasons. One, you don't want to contaminate anything on it, so it's one reason the more things are handled, I think, I don't want to mess anything up. And two, in a situation like that, I believe when I folded that up and put it in, I needed assistance from one of the other crime scene investigators to fold it up. Generally, you're holding it outside your body, trying to fold it up, roll it up in a correct way, and a tight enough way to make sure you can get it in the mouth of that sack. If not, there are tools there we have to actually build our own bags for these comforters.
Going back to do the best you can.
Yes, sir.
That's my question.
Any other questions?
Yes, yes, thank you.
I know that this is not like everyone's wearing a biohazard suit for your part of this, but you were aware the scene was contaminated before you even got there, right?
Well, it depends. What's your definition of contaminated?
Well, it was in one of the detective's reports. I think that's his word.
That's which detective, and that's a term. Somebody just being inside to collect an article does not automatically mean contaminated scene. You look up any definition of crime scene contamination, if you can find one, and most everything in there has to deal with unintended transferring of physical or biological to a scene, or the unintended alteration of a scene. Their act was purposeful. It was as the best way they knew how because they thought it was their only option.
You don't know if contamination occurred, do you?
I do not know, but you can't. That in of itself does not automatically. Somebody's presence there does not automatically go. That's contamination.
Gotcha. But it could have been.
Could have, yes.
And the chances increase when there's civilians coming around the scene, right?
Civilians, first responders, basically medical examiners, anybody who goes in that scene has a potential. Yes.
And this was not a case where we believe that someone was shooting up. We had information someone was shooting up drugs, and there were needles and a bunch of drugs laying out. That wasn't the allegations, right?
No.
So you would have expected to find a bunch of needles and drugs laying around on the floor, right?
Well, if it was drug related or drug poisoning, I would expect. If it was self-administered, I would expect some paraphernalia, a baggie or something, to be there.
And that's not what you were investigating at that time.
No, at that time there were a lot of unknowns, suspicious. I believe all I knew at that time was pinkish liquid, the phone conversation that was had between Miss Denny and her friend, and that she was transported on life support. Believed it was poison, in this case a drug. That's why I labeled it as a possible unknown drug on the vials I collected. That was the extent.
And despite all those unknowns, there were still at least 2 cups you didn't collect, right?
Yes.
And several items of food that you didn't collect, right?
But collects some samples. Yeah. And the only reason I correct that, our partner will not accept food products in that sense. But yes, you're
But
correct.
despite those
Yes, sir.
unknowns,
Yes,
there
sir.
were at least some food samples you didn't collect.
True. Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
No.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you'll step down the hallway, we'll take a short break. Who will the next witness be?
Nicole Dowell.
Who is it?
Nicole Dowell, Your Honor, with the Metro National Crime Lab.
Okay. And you're requesting her introduce what?
I'm sorry.
You're requesting that she introduce what?
She's gonna look at states exhibit 17 through 24.
Okay. All right, we'll be in a 15 minutes.
Court is 15-minute recess.
And I told the jury this, that we may go closer to one before we break or even after, depending on what witnesses, just since there's a ceremony, we may need to extend the lunch hour for down the hall. All right, Jill steps up, raise your right hand.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is to you the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Dowell. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. Yes, my name is Nicole Dowell, Nicoledowell.
And Ms. Dowell, where are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Metro Nashville Police Department Crime Laboratory
Okay. How long have you been with the crime lab?
for 12 years.
What is your current assignment at the crime lab?
I'm a forensic scientist in the Drug Identification Unit.
Okay. Can you walk the jury through your history at the crime lab and what kind of positions you've held?
Sure. I was hired in 2014 as a forensic technician, and then in 2015 I was promoted to a forensic scientist.
Can you describe your job at the crime lab?
Yes. My job is to analyze submitted evidence for the absence or presence of controlled substances.
And what kind of training have you had for your job?
I had to complete an internal training program that consisted of assigned readings, lectures, observation of senior scientists, practical exams, and a competency exam.
Okay, what's your education background?
I earned a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from Eastern Kentucky University.
And are you required to have ongoing training?
We're not required, but we do. I participate in continuing education by attending seminars and workshops in my specific discipline.
Your Honor, at this time I would like to pass the
Okay.
witness up.
Thank you.
Ms. Dowell, what badges have you?
My CV.
Okay. Have you ever testified in court as an expert in drug ID?
Yes,
About how many times?
approximately 8 times.
Your Honor, at this time I would like to tender Ms. Dowell as an expert in drug ID.
Okay. Are you again, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Dow will be allowed to give an expert opinion in her field, and a lay witness or untrained witness would not be allowed to give. You can place such weight upon her testimony as you choose to. Okay.
Yes, sir, and at this time, could we mark her CV as the
Okay.
state's next exhibit 26?
All right.
Ms. Dowell, were you asked to review evidence relating to a Metro Nashville Police Department complaint number ending in 0532?
Yes,
Okay. Does the crime lab assign unique lab case numbers to all the evidence it receives?
yes it does.
Okay, and what was that crime lab number associated with that complaint number I just gave you?
Do you have the report?
Did you create a report in this case?
Yes, I did. Thank you. The crime lab number is CL-23-001060.
And what type of evidence did you receive from the police department for this case?
I received drinking glasses, empty bottles, and liquid residues and liquid.
And what do you do when you receive evidence from the police department?
When I receive the evidence from my evidence receiving unit, I take it back to the unit. I photograph the evidence, then I open, inventory the contents, collect weights, sample, and then start performing my testing.
Ms. Howell, where's the crime lab located?
It's located in Madison Precinct on the second floor.
At this time, I would like to show over State's Exhibits 17 through 24.
Okay. All right, we got
All of them?
Yes, sir. Ms. Dow, if you could just look at all of the pieces of evidence Mr. Evans is going to hand you and say whether or not you reviewed this evidence.
Okay. This is submission 008, and yes, I did test this evidence.
Okay, what is that?
This is a clear drinking glass, and I can tell that I tested the evidence because of the evidence tape and my initials and the date. This is submission 007, also a clear drinking glass. And again, I have to see the crime lab tape with my initials and the date on it, so I did test this evidence. This is submission 006. Inside the paper bag were 2 empty bottles. I also can see the yellow crime lab tape and my initials and date, indicating I tested this item. These are submissions 003, 004, and 005. They are amounts of liquid said to be removed from drinking containers. I can tell that I tested them because, again, the yellow crime lab tape, and they have my initials and date on them.
Ms. Dowell, 009 and 010, the comforter and the washcloth, did you test those pieces of evidence in the crime lab?
No,
And why is that?
because it was suspected to contain biological material, and we do not test biological material in the drug identification unit.
Okay, what do you do with that type of evidence?
It is outsourced to a third-party laboratory.
And is NMS Labs something the crime lab routinely sends evidence to?
Yes.
And was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
For that blue comforter and the yellow washcloth?
Yes.
And Ms. Dowell, were these pieces of evidence given to you in a sealed condition?
Yes, they were.
Okay, would you accept them if they were not sealed?
I would make it, if they were not sealed, a note would be made in my case file and it would be included on the report.
How is property stored at the crime lab?
When it's received into the crime lab, it's stored in the evidence receiving unit in one of their vaults until an analyst has been assigned. And then once the scientist or analyst is assigned the case, they notify evidence receiving unit that they'd like to pick up the evidence. Then custody is transferred to the scientist, and they will take the evidence back to their specific unit, so drug identification unit in my case, and then it will be stored in the drug identification vault, inside of my personal storage locker until I'm ready to perform the analysis.
And Ms. Dowell, you are not an expert in toxicology, is that correct?
That's correct.
As part of generating your report in this case, does the report contain weight and the results of your testing?
Yes, it does.
Can you walk the jury through what type of testing you did for the pieces of evidence you tested?
Yes. So 2 tests are required in the drug identification unit. Both of the tests that I performed on each piece of evidence involved a technique called chromatography. Chromatography allows you to separate components of a mixture. To do that, you employ a stationary phase and a mobile phase. The stationary phase remains still throughout the whole testing process, while the mobile phase, which is typically a gas or a liquid, flows over the stationary phase. Thin layer chromatography is a preliminary test that was used in this case. A glass plate coated with silica is the stationary phase. The sample is then spotted onto the plate along with a solution containing known drug standards. That plate is then placed in a solvent system. As the solvent rises vertically up the plate, separation occurs. This happens because some of the components of the mixture react differently or more strongly to the silica. So if they react more strongly to the silica, they will not travel as far up the plate. If they don't react as strongly, they will travel further. Once the solvent reaches the top of the plate, it is removed and placed in a visualization tank containing iodine. Iodine vapor allows us to visualize those spots. And then we can compare the unknown sample spots to the known sample spots, standard spots, excuse me. The confirmatory test used in this case is called gas chromatography mass spectrometry, or GCMS. It is two separate instruments that are combined together. The gas chromatograph, again, allows for separation of components in a mixture. So in this case, the sample is injected into the instrument where it is vaporized, so it's now in a gaseous phase. It flows through a column, and that column has an internal coating, which is the stationary phase in this case. So a column, you can think of it like a long, thin straw. So if the inside of the straw is where the coating is. The mobile phase, in this case, is helium. It flows through the column and helps the components, it helps the components of the mixture travel through the column. Again, it depends on how strongly each component reacts to that column coating, how long it will take to travel through the column. Once it travels through the column, it enters into the mass spectrometer, where it is then bombarded with electrons, and it fragments. That fragmentation pattern is unique, and we can compare that to known drug standards.
And can you tell the jury what the screening is?
Yes, so the screening method is what we use on the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer. It allows for us to screen for a wide variety of controlled substances.
Okay, and is cocaine one of those substances that it would screen for?
Yes.
And that was done in all the pieces of evidence other than the comforter and the washcloth?
Yes.
And Ms. Dowell, were you able to detect any sort of substance in all of the pieces of evidence you examined?
I didn't detect any controlled substances in any of the items I tested.
Your Honor, if you'll give me 1 minute.
Okay.
Ms. Dowell, can you walk the jury through if any type of evidence would have been rinsed out or anything like that, if substances would have been picked up?
Yes, so there was a clear drinking glass that didn't appear to have any residue. There was no visible residue or contents. Those glasses were rinsed with methanol, so if there was some type of residue that I couldn't see visibly, I would extract it with the methanol.
Okay, and if these pieces of evidence had been rinsed out prior to the crime lab, is it likely substances would have popped up?
If they had been rinsed prior to coming into my possession?
Yes, ma'am.
I can't really speak to what happens to it before it comes into my possession.
Ms. Dowell, my question might have been confusing. Not something that you did or rinsed out, but if someone prior to you, not with Metro PD, would have rinsed it out with warm water, soap, anything like that, are these results consistent with that?
Potentially, if the glass contained some kind of controlled substance and it was washed with water, that could remove some of that controlled substance, yes.
And what else could remove controlled substances from any sort of drinking glass?
I mean, if it's a physical amount of solid material, you could just pour that amount out. It just depends on what it is and how much of it is there.
And you testified previously that the drinking glass did not look like it had anything in it. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And out of the liquids, you have a red liquid, a light pink liquid, and a clear liquid. There was no substances found in that either. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And those were from the actual bottles, correct? You tested the bottles?
Yes, I tested both the bottles and the liquid.
And nothing was
Correct.
in either bottle, the drinking glasses, or the liquid?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I could admit Ms. Dowell's report as the state next exhibit 27.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
And Ms. Dowell, if you were not provided with the item or the drinking glass that was used, your testing would not be helpful, is that correct? With this controlled substance in it? It would not have been detected?
If I was not provided with the drinking glass,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand the question.
If a drinking glass had contained a controlled substance, but you were not provided with that drinking glass, your testing on the other two would not have been helpful, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if the controlled substance had been in the clear drinking glasses, the two you were provided with, but had been rinsed out with water, warm water, cold water, soapy water, it would have removed, it is possible and highly likely that it would have removed that controlled substance.
Yes.
All right, I'll over the objection. She's answered it. Any other questions?
No, sir. That's the state's.
All right, question on behalf of Mr. Taylor.
Yes, thank you. May I see exhibit 27, please?
Good morning, Ms. Dowell.
Good morning.
So you're only testing stuff that you're given, right?
Correct.
You don't really make any sort of investigative decisions about what's tested and what isn't tested, right?
I don't make any investigative decisions as far as what is submitted to the laboratory.
Sure. So things are submitted to you and you test what's submitted, right?
Correct.
May I publish exhibit 27
Sure.
to Ms. Dowell? And this is your report that's been admitted as exhibit 27. You identified it?
Yes, can you scroll to the last page where my signature is, please?
Oh, yeah, sure. That's your signature there?
Yes.
At the front of this report, it says the submitting officer is Adam Reese. Is that right?
Yes.
So he's the one who submitted the items to you?
No, he's the one that submitted the Form 282 or the forensic services request to our evidence receiving unit.
Oh, so he makes the request as to what gets tested.
In this instance, yes.
Okay. I noticed on here, items 7 and 8, there's a clear drinking glass, item 7, right?
Yes.
And then item 8 is identified as a clear drinking glass with light pink residue. Is that kind of your description of it there?
Yes, that's my description.
Is that something where you described a process where you kind of do a rinse?
Correct.
Is that a process where you would do the rinse in that glass?
Yes.
And then you would test whatever comes out of the rinse to determine if there's controlled substances?
Yes.
And in this situation, there were no controlled substances found in any of this, right?
That's correct.
And there were some questions asked by the state. Isn't it possible that some of these glasses were washed and maybe that's why you didn't find anything? That's kind of what was asked, right?
Yes.
Is it also possible that there were never any drugs in these glasses?
Yes, that's a possibility.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Definitely be excused. Who's the next?
The next witness is Detective Tom Miller. He is going to be a bit lengthy, and there are some things that I need to show to defense counsel prior to him testifying.
Okay, is there someone else to call?
The next person is Dr. Carney, who is the expert, and he has to testify before her, so no.
What do they not have?
Well, from yesterday's testimony, there were some additional exhibits that were added to his testimony, so I need to show them to them before we put them up. That's true.
Okay, I need to proceed on, so if you have a witness, we can call anybody else other than two.
I could call him and establish his qualifications, and then I could break after that. That would be helpful.
Do y'all know what she's talking about as far as the other exhibits you don't have?
Generally, I have not seen it.
Can you give them to them and see if they need a break?
Yeah, I just got them.
Let me ask this, maybe somebody else, are we down to two witnesses? Okay, is there someone else to call other than those two?
We have multiple experts as our next witnesses, and there's a sequence to them. I'm prepared to call Detective Miller. I just need a few minutes with Mr. Brand.
Okay, what's a few? You've had a few, so what else? Do
Yeah,
you have an objection to
I feel
something?
like we need 15 minutes because he does have an objection and he wants me to change something, which I'm more than happy to do it, but it's going to take me about 15 minutes.
So there's no other civilian witnesses that you plan on calling?
I do, but again, I need the other two people to testify first.
Let's go, the jury will step down the hall for 12 minutes. What is it that the state's wanting to introduce that the defense hasn't had access to?
There were a couple of messages and artifacts from Jay Fenning's phone that were added based off of witness testimony yesterday that happened very late last night. I have had people working on it last night and this morning to get everything updated. I just.
How about checks like from October, November 2022?
There are messages from multiple different time periods. He has
So
had.
they didn't have the download.
He has had it. I am showing him what I am planning to publish, and he has a couple of objections that I can easily change.
It's just commentary on the exhibits, that's all we're talking about. You're right.
Commentary. Okay, we'll be back in 10 minutes. see where, I don't know, to get through Officer Miller's testimony, I don't know what all was going to be asked, obviously, but go maybe like 1:15 and then break.
I'm sure the clerk will stop you when we get to that. But I will try to.
Yeah, I
keep an eye
mean,
on
you've got
the
to
time
try to
slot.
pick a time that makes sense before you get into something else.
Thank you.
Second Miller's next.
Mr. Allen,
Okay. Raise your right hand.
do you swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, so help you God?
Detective Miller, could you please state your full name for the record?
Thomas Miller
And Detective Miller, where are you currently employed?
with the Metro Nashville Police Department.
And what is your current position with the Metro Nashville Police Department?
I am assigned to the Surveillance and Investigative Support Unit.
And what does the Surveillance and Investigative Support Unit do with the Metro Nashville Police Department?
Our primary role, or my primary role within that unit, is digital forensics. So I'm tasked with extracting or imaging data that resides within digital evidence, then processing that, analyzing that, and providing that information to the investigator of that crime.
And does that include analyzing cell phones?
Yes.
Is that kind of a primary focus of your day-to-day
That is
activities?
yes. That's a majority of the type of evidence that we receive in our computer lab, our digital forensic lab.
And how long have you been in that position with the police department?
3.5 years.
And prior to being at SISU, what did you do before that?
I started in patrol, as all police officers do. After a few years, I became an adjunct firearms instructor for our academy, where I taught firearms and tactics on a temporary basis, just while we had trainees in the academy and actually learning there in the academy. I would be assigned out there temporarily during their firearms portion and help instruct that. Then in 2019, I was assigned out there full-time, where I was our department's lead firearms instructor for a period, and then I was assigned to our armory, where I was in charge of issuing, maintaining, and repairing all the different types of firearms that we have and issue to our officers.
So you have a varied background. Can you describe specifically your training in digital forensics?
Yes, so it's a constantly evolving world, digital forensics. You guys all have cell phones, so we know that new cell phones come out on the market all the time, and then on top of that, it seems like we're getting a new update for our phones every week, a couple times a month. With every new make and model, with every new operating system, there's new bits and pieces for us to learn as investigators. So you're really a constant student is the best way I can describe it, is that things evolve so much and so quickly that we're constantly having to learn. I've had over 300 hours of coursework material and instruction. I've also had 3 years of working with tenured experts in this same field that oftentimes I would argue is better than in-classroom instruction because you have just one-on-one education, people that have been doing it for years and decades. So that's kind of a bird's eye view of my education in this field.
Do you have actual certifications in digital forensics?
Yes, I have a number of them.
And I guess, can you estimate how many, did you train with other experts in digital forensics kind of at the beginning of you getting involved?
I did, yes.
And approximately how many devices have you analyzed?
Hundreds. It's hard to put an exact number. Approximately 1,000 devices come through our lab every year. And me being there for about 3.5 years, you're looking at roughly 3,000 to 3,500 devices. By no means have I put my hands on every one of those, but on a vast majority of those, I have assisted in some way in their processing.
And are there other people in the SISU lab that also analyze digital devices?
Yes.
Have you previously testified as an expert in digital forensics?
Yes, I have.
And how many times have you testified?
11.
Your Honor, at this time, I would proffer Detective Tom Miller as an expert in digital forensics.
Okay. Again, ladies and gentlemen, jury, Detective Miller will be allowed to give his expert opinion in digital forensics that a lay witness will not be allowed to give. You can place such testimony, such weight upon his testimony as you choose. All right.
Detective Miller, I'm going to ask that you be handed an item. Do you recognize the item that was just handed to you?
I do.
And what is that item?
This is Jade Benning's cell phone.
And can you describe how did you become involved in this investigation, and was that device, I guess, one of the initial pieces of evidence that you analyzed?
Yes. So the process of which we receive evidence in our lab, when investigators collect them from either crime scenes or from individuals that they're interviewing, there's a number of ways that they can turn them into us. One of which being a series of lockers that have charging ports inside of them. And they can insert the phone into the locker, plug it up, make sure that it's charging, lock the phone up inside of that locker with a chain of custody form and the appropriate paperwork. Typically, those phones reside in that locker until we receive some sort of legal process to then extract information from those devices. So whether that's a search warrant or a signed consent form or something giving us legal authority to do it. So it normally sits there until we receive all of that paperwork, and then we bring it into the lab, and that's when we start working on it. If we're there in the lab at that time when the detective is wanting to turn it in, there's often times where they'll just knock on the door. We'll go and just receive that from them directly and bring it directly into the lab.
And did you analyze that phone in that same manner?
Yes.
And you were talking about the fact that you have to have a legal process. Did you actually run more than one extraction on that device?
We only ran one singular extraction on this device.
And can you describe what an extraction is?
Yes. So simplest way to describe it is it's ultimately a copy of the information that's on the phone. We have a number of pieces of hardware and software that have exploits that can break into phones, but also when you have the password, it makes things a lot easier, a little bit faster. So those tools will then remove the data, well, not remove it, but they will copy out the information. They aren't removing anything from the device, but they the tools will then extract the information from that device and then place it onto a computer, which then we plug into software that then processes it. Because if we looked at the data that came directly out of the phone, it's databases, and it's really ugly and hard to ingest. When we process it with our software, it makes it much easier for us to
examine them, because it ultimately puts it into a form that's very similar to what you would be seeing on your own phone that we're all familiar with. So the software really helps out a lot with that.
The first time you did the extraction, once you have the extraction, what do you do with it?
That extraction then moves to our server from the tools that extract the data from the phone. That information or that data that is copied out from the phone is then entered into the software that I was just describing. That software processes it and then sorts it out basically and separates it into different folders and organizational systems to make it a little bit easier again for us to digest. Then it will then take the information that we give it from, say, the search warrant that might have a time frame. Typically, the entire device is not necessary for a crime that occurred on a specific day. So maybe months leading up to it, all investigations are going to be a little bit different, but many search warrants have a time frame. So when we input that into our software, it cuts out all the extra noise. So everything before and after that time frame is then just kind of set aside, and only that information within the time frame is then placed into the software for us to give to detectives.
And did you go through that process more than once for this particular device?
We did, yes.
And what was the, I guess, longest time frame that you used?
The longest time frame in the end would be from January 1st, 2022 to, I believe it was a day after the incident, to February 26th, if I'm not mistaken.
And can you describe how much data was included in that time frame of approximately 13 months?
Forgive me, I can't speak to the exact number of gigabytes that were in the final copy. I know that the device itself had 127-ish gigabytes on it, but that may not sound like a lot, but when it's decompressed and then it's placed one piece of information on one sheet of paper, we're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of pieces of paper to display all the information within inside of that device.
And have you taken certain portions of the evidence and artifacts from that extraction to put into a presentation for trial this week?
Yes.
Is this presentation indicative of everything on the phone?
Absolutely not.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that the witness be passed a multi-page document. I think it's approximately 121 pages, and a disc. This has all been shown to defense counsel, who does not have an objection.
Okay. Petey, you want him to have them?
I would like for him to look at it. Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor, just to- if I can move the iPhone into evidence as the next one. Detective Miller, do you recognize kind of the content of that document?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask that you retain it, and then it will be entered as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe would be 29. And the disc, I guess, can you describe, are there 3 video files within this presentation?
Yes, 3 slides have a video that are going to play for us.
Your Honor, I have his report in a digital format. If I may publish that to the jury.
Okay.
Detective Miller, this is the first page of that report. Can you describe what we're seeing?
Yes, so this is a consolidated page where I've taken information obtained from numerous different locations, but it's all pertaining to Ms. Benning's device.
And does it have kind of information about her user accounts as well as her phone number?
Yes, so there's a number of pieces of information that would be assigned by the cell phone or cell service provider, such as the cell phone number that would be down there towards the bottom. But a number of these pieces of information are actually provided by the user or the owner of the device, such as the name, the device's name, email addresses, things like that that are associated with different accounts that are or applications that are set up on the phone.
And this is the second page. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is a progress report from one of the tools that extracts data from the devices. This is just pointing out, referencing the portions of information that would have been added by the owner or user of the device, and again, the phone number for the device. Again, you can also see the suggested or the estimated partition size of the device, which is 129 gigs. It ended up being 127, but it's suggested or an estimated size of the device. And it goes on to explain a number of other things as it pertains to the phone that the user would have had zero input from, the serial number, other numbers that are associated with the phone as well.
And page 3, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, so again, this is user or owner input information. So the owner or user would have placed their photograph inside of their contact information, their name. They would have placed their address inside there as well. The interesting thing to note here is that significant locations, Apple has an algorithm that actually decides what your significant locations are. So she didn't even have to put that in, but the iPhone suggested that was most likely her phone because of a number of different reasons. But just an interesting note there.
And is that one of the things that you're looking for is kind of user activity on a particular device?
Absolutely, yeah. These are some of the first things I look at on any device to try to identify the user and or owner of any device. So these are definitely very, very first steps.
And this next page, which is number 4, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a consolidated list of text messages that occurred between Ms. Benning and Mr. Taylor for the final day of her life.
And are these a consolidation of messages from the evening of 2/24/23 through 2/25/23 at 6:55 p.m.?
Yes, and I know I did just say that it was from the final day of her life on the 22nd, on the 25th of February. The reason the two at the very top are listing as the 24th is because they were either read or reacted to on the 25th. So that's why those are there, because there are still portions of that conversation still existing on the 25th. That's why you'll still see that date up there at the top.
And this is page 5. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is a series of texts. I believe this is just a different portrayal of what we just looked at. So just like you would look at on your own phone, all the conversation that you would be submitting, all the text that you would be submitting in the conversation, they'll be residing on the right side of the screen, or at least extending from the right side of the screen, and those responding to you or who you're talking with is going to be extending from the left side of the screen. So very similar to what we're all used to, and this is one of the reasons the tools that we use are so helpful, just for everybody to understand a little bit better.
And for the record, can you read out the first message, who it's from, the content, and the date and time?
Yes. So anything submitted from Ms. Benning's device is actually going to be referred to as local user, and then it's going to have in kind of parentheses there the type and make and model of her device that she had, which was an iPhone 13 Pro Max. It was sent on, this first message was sent on 2/25/23 at 12:26 p.m. And it states also, will you be free around 7?
And this next page, which is 6, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a piece of location information that we located inside the device. It was where her phone actually stored her parking location when she parked at a Walmart as she was on her way home from work.
And that was at 4:05:48 p.m., is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And I'm going to go back to slide 5. Is that kind of that time frame of the last text message that she received from Mr. Blaise Taylor?
Correct, yes.
And this next page, which is number 7, can you describe what's shown here?
Again, it's a series of texts between Ms. Benning and Mr. Taylor, spanning from 4:27 p.m. to 6 p.m., or around 6 p.m., I'm sorry, 6:03.
And the next image, which is page 8.
Again, it's another piece of location information that we located on the phone, showing that she had arrived home and parked her car there at her residence at 4:38 p.m. on 2/25/23.
And the next image, which is page 9.
This is where we start going into a timeline, and it's not necessarily a step-by-step-by-step timeline. So we're not showing every single thing that occurred in her phone, because if we really showed that, we'd be here all day. Because a lot of things happen under the hood, and when we're looking at it, we're looking at more of what she was doing on the phone, what she was using, or what application she was using, who she was conversing with, and things of that nature. So this is kind of a bird's eye view of what she was doing at her apartment with her device for that evening, starting at around 6 p.m.
And she receives a text message at 6:02 p.m. from Jerry's Porter, and then she sends a text message at 6:03. Can you read out the content and the date and time of that message?
Of the 6:03 message?
Yes.
Okay. It says, "Let me know whenever you are headed this way."
And the next image, which is page 10. Can you describe what's shown here?
Again, we're continuing on, and it's not going to be a minute by minute, just because we aren't necessarily doing something on our phone all the time, or at least most of us aren't. At 6:08, she received an email from one of her subscribed email groups that is subject is titled "Your Pregnancy, Week 23, Day 5." Then she receives a text from Mr. Taylor at 6:26 p.m. That states "okay," and then receives another text from Darius Porter at 6:43.
And the next image, which is page 11, can you describe what's shown here?
This is a post that Miss Benning posted to Instagram. Appears to be a picture of what she was cooking that evening, with a phrase that she placed on top of the photograph saying, "If you know, you know."
And can you describe the artifact information and what the created date and time, as well as last accessed, last modified date time, kind of what that means?
Yes. So depending on the application that was utilized to take a photograph, because we know that we can take a photograph with the typical camera application on our device, but many social media applications access the same camera tool, but you're actually taking that photograph with another application, if that makes sense. So when that's done, there's a number of things that certain applications will hold on to with that picture, and it will say it was taken on this date. Sometimes it'll say the location the picture was taken. Sometimes it'll say if the photograph was edited, so on and so forth. Number of different things that different applications hold on to. Typically, social media applications scrub a lot of your personal information to protect you as the user. So it doesn't have location information typically. So you're not posting that kind of stuff to the world to where somebody viewing it can say, "Oh, she's at home," or "He's at home right now," or "He's at work." So it's a security feature that the social media applications have. Ultimately, photograph was taken at 6:10 p.m. When it's last modified, that could be when she posted it, that could be when she edited it, if I could speak, I'm sorry. And those also could have been done at the exact same time, that as she was looking at the photograph that she just took with the application, she edited it and then posted it right after. So difficult to say exactly, but it's something along those lines.
And the next image, which is page, sorry, I need to go back. So we were just on 11, and so this next one is page 12. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a series of messages from Instagram.
And can you kind of rate out
Yes, so from Jade Tristan, which is Jade Benning's handle on on Instagram, that's her username, or what other people would see her as if they're looking at her page. She states chicken spaghetti at 6:17 p.m. on February 25th. States looks good just moments later. And then at 6:19, Bridget Burks liked the message and then said, "Are you making Alfredo at work, or are you off?" at 6:19:34. And then Jade responds, "I'm off tonight."
And this next image, which is page 13, can you describe what this is?
This is another post from Instagram that is posted with someone has written on there, "Guess what I'm making?" And it's in reference to the messages we just saw there.
And the time of this created, can you describe that?
Yeah, so created is going to be 6:16:44 p.m. And again, last accessed or modified is at 6:16:49.
And can you describe, is there data within this artifact where you are able to tell if this was something created by Jade Benning or created by Bridget Burks?
So it's difficult when some applications require internet connection and communication with that application's servers wherever they reside. When we have a device in our lab, we are disconnecting them from the outside world to preserve the data, ultimately. So whether that's putting them in airplane mode or taking the SIM card out or a number of different ways, we are disconnecting them from the internet. So there's a number of things that are stored only on the servers for social media applications. There are some things that are stored on the device. They don't always coincide with each other. So when we disconnect them from the internet, there's a lot of things that we lose the ability to see, I guess, is the best way to explain it. So without serving Instagram or Facebook or Snapchat or whoever the social media service is, without serving them with some sort of search warrant and them providing us information that's on their server, we're limited to what's only on the device.
Did you have additional information outside of the artifact information, the extraction from Detective Breeze about this particular photo?
About this photo, yes.
And what was that information?
That it was submitted, that it was posted by Jade's mother.
And the next image, which is page 14.
So this is a series of Snapchat messages that were sent by Jade to a series of individuals starting at 6:44 p.m. Well, I'm sorry, they were all logged at 6:44 p.m. She sent 3 messages via Snapchat to the listed individuals there.
And can you explain Snapchat messages as it relates to finding artifacts on a mobile device? Is that something that is consistent, or how is that work?
It's very haphazard. It depends on user settings. It depends on how quickly we get a device after the conversation occurred. It depends on how many people were involved in the conversation. And again, this is another one of those applications like I was just referring to. It requires internet information or internet access for it to function to its fullest capability. So again, we're limited to what we see on the device itself.
And so, depending on settings, there can be additional Snapchat messages that you wouldn't find on the device. Is that correct?
Correct. Snapchat inherently is kind of designed as a security-based messaging system that if one-on-one you're having a conversation with somebody, those messages evaporate fairly quickly. When you start adding people to the conversation, those numbers change slightly, but ultimately they're designed to evaporate.
And if you're looking at a particular time frame and user activity, are there other databases within the extraction that you can look at user activity so that you can see if they were accessing the app? You might not be able to see what is happening within that app, but you can tell if they accessed it.
Yes, absolutely. There's a number of different databases. Well, ultimately, iPhones are running off of a series of databases. That's it. If we really boil it down, that's every application is its own database. If you look at an iPhone and their extractions, there are certain databases that Apple has created to monitor the use of the devices that are out there in the world. Apple does this for selfish reasons. They like to learn what we're doing as users, but they also are using that information to make better software, to make better hardware, and things of that nature. So a lot of those databases have a lot of good information that we will use in investigations. The other good thing is that none of those databases can be altered by the user. Some can be altered by the user, but not these databases that I'm referring to.
And the next image, which is page 14, can you describe what, I'm sorry, 15, can you describe what is shown here?
Yes, so this is referring to a series of photographs that was taken with Jade's device over about a 1 minute period, and it's of the table that she set with the crafts and things that she was also planning on utilizing for the evening. So it's just kind of a pre-event photograph, I guess is a good way to explain it.
And does this photograph include what appears to be some type of Alfredo,
Yes.
as well as rolls?
Yes.
And can you just give the first image what the created date and time is, as well as the last one in that set?
Yes, the created date and time on the very first photograph was on February 25th, 23 at 6:47:26. And the last one is same date at 6:48:07.
And the first image is labeled file name img_3406.jpg. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this next image, which is page 16, can you describe what's shown here?
It's just a higher resolution version of the one we just looked at.
And this next image, which is page 17, can you describe what is shown here?
So, as I was referring to earlier, depending on the application that takes the photograph, a ton of information can be stored within that information. We have a created date, we have the size of the actual image itself, original width and height, so if it's ever modified or cropped out, we can see if it is smaller. In fact, we can see that it was larger and there might be something more that we need to look for. This one has location information as well, which indicates that the photograph was taken at Jade's apartment, along with the make and model of the device that it was taken. Just lots and lots of information that's stored just for that one photograph.
And this next image, which is page 18, can you describe what's shown here?
Again, ultimately a wider angle view of what we just looked at. So kind of taking a picture of the entire countertop there, or island that has, again, all the arts and crafts and the dinner that Jade has prepared for the evening.
And is this the image that ends in 3407?
Correct, yes.
And the next image, which is page 19, can you describe what's shown here?
Moments later, another photograph labeled IMG_3408 is, again, just from a slightly different angle, but ultimately a very, very similar photograph to the last.
And the next image, which is page 20.
Again, moments later, this one ending in 3409 from the opposite end of the countertop, but ultimately the same photograph.
And the next image, which is page 21.
Ending in 3410.jpg, basically the same picture again, just a whole series of them.
And this next image, which is page 22.
So this is one of those photographs being shared with an individual saved in her contact list as B. This was sent at 6:48:26 p.m.
And can you explain what the, I guess, kind of object is under the message column for that communication with B?
Oh, under the additional detail, yes. So the software is only as good as it understands what Apple operating system is, how it's reading it. So as any software exists in the world, there's constantly updates. Things are altered slightly. Databases are altered slightly. At this time, so that being said, there's constant cat and mouse games of our software and our hardware being able to catch up and do and understand everything that iPhone is currently running at that time. So it's always a cat and mouse game. At this point in time, our software was not able to provide an exact sample image or a preview of that image that was sent in the message. So it shows that an object was sent with just a very basic icon saying an object was sent in this message. Looking at the artifact information for the message itself, again, it says an object just there to the right of the word message. But if we go down a little bit lower and look at the attachment path, and if we follow that all the way to the very end, you'll see that there's a title of the image that was actually sent. If you search for that title, then you can reference back to what was actually sent, which is how we identify the photograph that was sent in that message.
And the next image, which is page 23.
Between 651 and 655, a few text messages are shared between Blaise and Jade. Mr. Taylor, I'm
sorry, can you describe the content of the messages?
Yes, on 2/25/23 at 6:51, a message was sent to Jade from Blaise that states "on my way," and roughly 4 minutes later, Jade loved that image or hearted that image, or that message.
And what else is included on this page 23?
At 6:55 p.m., Jarius Porter received a message from Jade.
And is it received or sent? Oh, she said.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I said that in a confusing way, but she submitted a text to him. She sent it to him.
And the next page, which is 24.
So this is a phone call that was an incoming call to Jade's phone from Mr. Taylor's device.
And can you give the date and time?
It was at February 25th, 23 at 6:59:49 p.m.
And what was the call duration?
It was 10 seconds.
Your Honor, I'm at somewhat of a stopping point if it is given
Okay.
time for the court.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you going a little further. I think the court staff told you about an event the court needs to go to just briefly down the hallway, and that will be also during the time you break for lunch. So remember what I said about not discussing the case, wanting any opinion about it or other admonitions. We'll get back here, just say around 2:20, 25, something like that. You'll step down the hallway. Okay, just give y'all additional time too, we'll break till 2:30. That work?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Recess at 2:30. anything before the jury's or let them start.
Detective Miller, we left off with page 24 of the exhibit. This is now page 25. Can you describe what is shown?
It's referencing a Snapchat that Jade received on her device from an individual named Lauren.
And that Lauren has letters after it, but there's nothing about that that's connected to Lauren Weber as far as you know, correct?
As far as I'm aware, correct.
And the next page of your report, which is page 26, can you describe what is shown here?
Two text messages are identified. One from Najaya to Jade's phone at 7:02 on 2/25/23, stating Key said he wants some pasta, and then laughing. And then at 7:07, Jade receives a text from Jarius Porter on the same date.
I'm sorry.
Just stating on the same date as well.
And the next page. Can you describe what's shown here?
At 7:13, Jade answers a call from Najea that lasts approximately 1 minute on 2:25 at 7:13 p.m. And then it also just picks a text message that was received from Najea saying Blaise is probably going to like this. Blaise is probably like this expletive on 2:25 at 7:56 p.m.
And is the expletive followed by a couple of laughing emojis?
Yes.
And that was page 27.
Can you describe what's on the next page?
Jade receives a Snapchat message from an individual named Braylon, and that was at 2:25 at 7:23:01 p.m.
And there's an image with that. Is that, I guess, can you kind of describe, that's just a message, correct?
Correct. The picture in and of itself is the message.
That was page 28. This is page 29. Can you describe what's shown here?
A series of texts that were sent within a minute of each other, starting with one from Jade to Najea saying, LOL, I'm about to make the plate at 7:24:32. Najea responds, okay, we're close at 7:24:48. And then Najea sending again, I just had to have it, followed by 2 emojis at 7:24:55.
And this next page, which is page 30, is that, can you describe what that is?
It's just a different way to display the exact same information, just a little bit more digestible is all.
And the next page, which is 31, can you describe what's shown here?
Depicts a phone call that was incoming to Jay's device from Najea that was answered, and it lasted about 9 seconds at 7:33:58 p.m. on the 25th.
And the next page, which is 32, can you describe what's shown here?
Between the hours of 8:03 and 8:29 p.m., texts are traded between Najea and Jade shortly after Najea leaves the residence.
And so there was no communication directly between Jade and Najea from that 7:30, what our last page was, 7:33 until that 8:03. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the next page, which is 33, can you describe what's shown here?
This is the series of texts again, just in a different format.
And can you describe, there's kind of a gray box and a blue box. Who is the person whose messages are in blue?
So, like I was referring to earlier, the messages that are extending from the left side of the screen, those are going to be the individual that Jade was communicating with. Those in blue that are extending from the right side of the screen, those are going to be Jade's statements or Jade's texts.
And for the record, can you read out the content of the text from Najea on 2:25:23 at 8:03:06 p.m.?
Yes. It says, that was a cute interaction we all had. I hope you all had a great date night. Love you, with a handful of heart emojis afterwards.
And the next page is page 34. Can you describe what's shown here?
Another series of texts shortly after the previous slide that we were just looking at, a continuation of the conversation.
And specifically, can you read out the content of the message on 2:25:23 at 8:12:22 p.m.?
Yes. It states, oh, that was sweet of him, with 2 emojis following it. I didn't want to intrude. We can definitely plan something soon, and he can teach us how to play spades.
And the next page, which is 35, can you describe the content of this page?
Yeah, so this is one of those databases I was referring to earlier that Apple collects from all iPhones that they use to improve our user experience, to improve software, so on and so forth. This one specifically is from a database that they refer to as Knowledge C. And this portion of the database focuses on the lock states of the device. So when it was unlocked or when it was locked. So it has a period of time of when it started a locked state, when it stopped that locked state. And then there's a recorded line, another column that says recorded. That varies from time to time. That's just when it was entered into the database. The start and the stop is what you need to focus on, is what we focus on, I should say.
And can you read into the record the start and end date and time for the unlocked entry that is highlighted on page 35?
Yes, the unlocked state started at 225 on 2/25/23 at 8:29:36, and it ended on 2/25/23 at 8:29:52 p.m.
The next page, which is page 36, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a photograph that was taken at 8:29 p.m. This one held on to some XF data that actually has the location where the photograph was taken. Again, it was Jade's apartment. And this is of that same area that she had planned, or that had laid out dinner and some of these arts and crafts. And this is kind of a mid, in the middle of their crafting or painting that they were doing.
And is there anything specific about the type of picture file?
Yes, so this is a live image. Apple, along with other devices, they have live images now to where you have an option of kind of sliding through the image to focus on a singular frame in that video. A very short video that you can slide through, so if somebody was blinking or not smiling in a photograph, you can kind of pause on a different frame. That being said, there will be, with this one specifically, there will be an image and a very short 2 to 3 second video that's also titled the same as the photograph itself. They're just combined into one package. So when you take that picture, you're really just taking a short video, and it chooses a portion of that as its photograph.
And this picture is file name IMG_3411. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this next page, which is 37, can you describe what that is?
That is the video in relation to that photograph we just saw.
And that kind of moving file is downloaded to the disk that goes with this report.
Yes, that's one of the 3 that was downloaded to that disk, yes.
And so that will be 3411. And the next page, which is IMG_3412.
Yes, so this is an actual video that was taken, a video that was taken shortly after that photograph was just taken, again, of their project, or of the progress of their project that they were completing.
Which I'm going to go back just a couple of screens. So you read out the unlock time is 8:29:36, and then the lock time is 8:29:52. This photo was taken at 8:29, but can you put into the record the seconds?
Yeah, it's 8:29:50 p.m.
And that's for 3411, and that coincides within that unlock time. Is that correct?
Correct. It's within that window.
And that was page 38. We are now on page 39. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is, again, from that Knowledge C database. So again, this is some information that Apple, that they store on the device. This is a portion that is focusing on the Pinterest application. You can see over on the far left the activity type column. You can see com.pinterest.view search. All of these artifacts or these line items are processes that are occurring within the application of the Pinterest application. The one that's highlighted shows that it's accessing a URL very specific to a search. And if you follow the website, the URL, which looks like a traditional website, as we can all agree on, the www.pinterest, and continue on, after the search, you'll see a question mark and a Q and then an equal sign. The word motivational and then the words are actually her search terms that she searched within Pinterest. So she searched for the term motivational words and then received the results from that search and was able to scroll through them.
And the next page, which is 40, can you describe what is shown here?
This is just further detail of, ultimately I was explaining what was, this is again just another reference of that exact line item that we were just talking about.
And the next screen, which is page 41, can you describe what's shown here?
It's another snapshot of the lock and unlock or device states. And it shows that it was, her device was unlocked on 2/25/23 from 9 o'clock and 3 seconds to 2/25/23, 9:01 and 30 seconds p.m.
And the next page, which is 42.
This again is just showing a snapshot of the fact that she was utilizing the Pinterest application for this period of time. So the event date, if you go down that column, from about 9 o'clock to 9:07, she was searching and or scrolling on that application.
And does it show the next activity after 9:07:30 is 9:16:26?
Yes.
And this next image, which is page 43, can you describe what's shown here?
This is a video that we were referring to a little bit ago. It was taken not long after the photograph, again showing their progress of their painting.
And so that Pinterest activity is happening after this photo is taken, is that correct? Kind of before?
Before, during, and after.
During
Yes.
and after.
Yes.
And this next page, which is 44, can you describe what this is?
Again, this is so what we were just looking at was a still shot of this video. So as it plays through, it's just her painting across the countertop, showing the progress of her painting and the progress of Blaise's painting.
And so that video, the IMG_3412, that would also be on the disc.
That is correct. Yes.
And the next page, which is 45, can you describe what's shown here?
Again, just referencing the usage of the Pinterest application during that time frame.
And that kind of part that's highlighted is 9:07:30 p.m. to 9:32:08 p.m. Is that correct?
To 9:19:58 is the recorded time is not necessarily going to be the event time. That was just when it was recorded in the database.
And that's what I was getting to. I guess I was looking at the recorded time, but that last line, can you describe it? Doesn't actually go to 9:32:08. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's just when that line item was recorded in that database.
And so that activity is at 9:19:58.
Correct.
And that is page 46. We are now at page 47. Can you describe what's shown here?
We are looking at a still image of what Apple refers to as a snapshot. So ultimately, when we are closing down applications and we swipe up and we see kind of still states of all the applications that we had open, those freeze frames or those still shots of our applications, those are what Apple refers to as snapshots. Those are saved as a very specific file type within the extraction of the device. It doesn't look like it's not saved as a typical picture. It's not saved as a movie or anything like that. It's a very unique file type. So we know that that's what this photograph came from. But this is also most likely the last thing she was looking at on Pinterest when she was conducting her painting.
And the next page, which is 48, can you describe what is shown here?
Yes, so if you notice on the file name at the very end of it, it's .ktx. It's a very unique file type. I don't know of any other photographs that utilize that file type, but it shows a created date at 9:19:59 p.m. and on the date of 2/25/2023.
And if you were to swipe away kind of that open page on your phone, what would happen to that KTX file?
If I was to, I'm sorry, say that
If
again.
you were to close out that open app on your phone,
Okay.
what happens to the KTX file?
It still is stored for a period of time on the device.
Is it at some point deleted?
Yes, it's in a temporary folder, so it's one of those things that we all know that we open and close applications at varying rates. So it's not something that the phone wants to hold on to indefinitely because it's not really going to benefit anybody or the device or anything. So it's one of those that's an evolving database, a constant kind of a rollover.
And the next page, which is 49, can you describe what was shown here?
We have highlighted a window of a locked state and an unlocked state. The locked state, well, I start with the unlocked state because we're going in a descending. So on 225 at 9:19:49, it was unlocked until 9:20:59 p.m. And then it was locked at 9:20:59 p.m. until 9:29:06 p.m.
And you just said it was locked from 9:20:59 p.m. until 9:29:06 p.m.
That's correct.
And the next page is 50. Can you describe what is shown here?
It's a snapshot of a series of photographs that were taken with Jade's device between the times of 9:24 and 9:28 p.m.
Which you have just testified that her phone was in a locked state. Can you describe how is it possible that she is taking photographs?
Yes. So from a locked state, Apple devices and other mobile devices have realized that people utilize their phone as a camera just as much as they do a phone. So they make it a little bit easier for you to swipe either to the left or hold down on a little camera icon in the bottom right-hand corner. You can do this without ever entering your PIN, using your fingerprint or your Face ID to access that application.
And are there 12 photographs that are taken in a series?
Yes.
And is the first one listed at the bottom of this page 50?
The first one, yes.
Before one,
Yeah,
three.
yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
And this next page 51, can you describe what's shown here? Is that just more detail about
Yeah,
these exact same
yes.
12 photos?
Yes,
A
it's-
little bit bigger so you can see the
Just,
exact time.
just zoomed in a little bit more, yes.
And the next page, which is 52, can you describe what's shown here?
I placed a copy of the photograph and then a copy of the detailed information just to the right of it, so it kind of flow a little bit easier. So as we're looking through these slides, the photograph on the left, and then the immediate right of it is the detailed information for that photograph. So the first one being 34313.jpg was taken at 9:24:33 p.m. and it also again has the location information stored inside that photograph or in the details of that photograph that it was taken at her apartment. The following picture was, again, these will be kind of in a consecutive order as well because they were taken fairly shortly after the first one. Next one being 3414.jpg at 9:24:41 p.m.
And the next page, which is 54, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, same.
I apologize, that's 53.
Page 53? Oh, yeah. Very first photograph at the top, ending in 3415.jpg, was taken at 9:25:17 p.m. Then 3416 was taken at 9:25:32 p.m. and then 3417 was taken at 9:25:51 p.m.
And the next page, which is 54, can you describe what's shown here?
Same way we're looking at the extension of that same series. So ending in 3418.jpg was taken at 9:27:02 p.m. 3419.jpg was taken at 9:27:38 p.m. and then 3420.jpg was taken at 9:27:45 p.m.
And the next page, which is 55, can you describe what's shown here?
3421.jpg was taken at 9:27:54. 3421.jpg was taken at 9:27:59. And then 3423.jpg was taken at 9:28:20 on the 25th.
And the next page, which is 56, does that just reiterate all of the dates and times of those photographs?
Yes.
And this next page is 57. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is image 3424.jpg taken at 9:28:45 p.m. but then was also subsequently marked for deletion at 9:29:12 p.m.
And when you say mark for deletion, what user input is required for that?
Oh, you'd have to have you'd have to have the phone unlocked at that point. You would definitely have to have full access to the device in order to mark anything for deletion.
How hard is it to mark something for deletion?
It's fairly easy.
And the next page, which is 58, can you describe what's shown here?
At 9:29 p.m., Jade calls Nigea's phone. Nigea answers. The call lasts for 6 minutes and 9 seconds at 9:29:27 p.m.
And the next page, which is 59, can you describe, is this just added kind of the time of that call?
Oh, yes.
And can you give the duration for that call?
The duration for the call that's listed above,
Mm-hmm.
it was 6 minutes and 9 seconds.
And this next page, which is 60, can you describe what's shown here?
This is a snapshot of the call detail records that were for Blaise Taylor's device, and it indicates a 911 call on the date of the incident.
And so lines 428 and 429, that's a duplicate entry. Is that something that is fairly common with 911 within carrier records?
Yes.
And the time being 033858, it's listed as a GMT time, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you describe what's the correlation to that in local time if the call was made at 9:58 p.m. Central Time?
Yes. So ultimately, electronic devices are stored and are created with the concept of UTC or GMT time. Because we can't have a Tennessee-specific phone or a Italy-specific phone, we have to have kind of a zero starting point that all devices can adjust to, or at least adjust from, to get to your local time zone. So ultimately, that's kind of the zero starting point for the time, and if you apply our time zone during that time, which was standard time, not daylight savings time because we were in February, it's going to be -6 hours, so just Central Standard Time at that time. So if you subtract that 6 hours, it takes us right back to 9:38:58 when the 911 call was made.
And this next page, which is 61, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, we have a line item highlighted for an unlocked state starting at 9:29:06 and ending at 9:35:49 p.m. on the 25th of February.
And the next page, which is 62, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, so moments after the 911, I'm sorry, not the 911 call, but moments after the phone call to Nigea's phone from Jade's device, Nigea texts Jade 2 messages. First one at 9:30:17, what's going on? And then at 9:30:22 p.m., are you talking to me?
Which I'm going to go back 3 pages. And so that phone call began at 9:29:27, lasted for 6 minutes and 9 seconds. So it would have ended at 9:35:36.
That's correct.
And then going down to page 62, these 2 text messages are sent during that phone call. Is that correct?
Correct, not even a minute after it started.
And did you read the content of the message into the record?
I did.
Thank you. And the next page, which is 63, can you describe what's shown here?
It's a continuation of that text string that Jade and Nigea shared earlier, and then another depiction of the messages that I just read.
And the next page, which is 64, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, so this is just what I explained before was the unlocked state. It ended at 9:35:49 p.m. It went into a locked state at that point until the following day at 6:44 a.m.
And obviously, you have some of your commentary at the top of this slide.
Yes.
The data is what is underneath the slide. Can you explain, like, what happens when your phone is in a lock state? What actions are still available?
So your phone can still receive text messages. It can receive phone calls. You will get notifications and alerts. If you had alarms set, those would still go off. If somebody else had control of the device, they could answer incoming calls. They could maybe even see incoming text messages, but they obviously would have to have the pen to open them up.
And, I'm sorry, the next page, which is 65, can you describe what the lock state date, start date and end date that's highlighted?
Yes, as I just referred to, the lock state started at 9:35:49 p.m. and remained locked until 6:44 a.m. the following morning.
And the next page is 66. Can you describe what's shown here?
At 9:47:11, Isaiah calls Jade's device, and it was answered, and it lasted about 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
And that was when the phone was in the lock state, correct?
That is correct. It was in a locked state at that time.
Detective Miller, we kind of went through the timeline of that 2/25 of 2023. Can you describe when you're analyzing the phone, are you the lead detective on the case and doing everything yourself?
Not at all.
And did you work with the lead detective assigned to this case?
I did.
And I guess, can you kind of describe how does that work with you locating information and y'all working together?
Yes, so there's a constant line of communication ultimately. Starting out when we receive paperwork, we're going to have some initial information about when the incident occurred, what kind of incident it was, because we don't just work on homicide phones, we work on sex abuse phones, we work on robbery phones, like all different types of devices. So every investigation is going to be a little bit different. So, but we're constantly in communication with that lead detective. They had boots on the ground during the initial portion of the investigation. They know it inside and out, and I'm kind of a third party coming in, again, assisting in the investigation with the digital evidence. So I have to rely on those lead detectives anytime I'm working on a phone or on a report for a device, because I need to know a lot more information. So there's constant lines of communication.
And did he ask you to look for certain pieces of information during certain time frames?
Yes,
And was November 6th one of those time frames?
that was.
And the next page, which is 68, can you describe what was shown here?
So this is a snapshot of the notes application, or a portion of the notes application that was in Jade's device.
And can you describe when the note was created?
It was created on 11/6 of 22 and at 4:11:27 p.m. And a note is one of those that you can constantly keep modifying, adding to, taking away from. So it has a last modified date as of the 8th of that same month.
And can you read the body of that note?
Yes. I think that we might as well cut out the communication or whatever between us, because we can't keep opening and closing this door when I've made the decision. You said how you felt and what you do or don't want, and I respect it and will not involve you at any point. My appointment is the 16th, so if your mind changes or anything, feel free to reach out at any time. But other than that, I feel like we will just be running in circles, continuing to communicate.
And can you explain, there's a summary section. Do you know how that's created?
It's created by the application and is actually just in the line item of all your notes. It'll actually give you just like kind of a little snapshot of what's in that note.
And the next page, which is 69, can you describe what's shown here?
A series of texts between Nigea and Jade on 11/6/22, starting at 12:49:50 p.m.
And can you read out the time and the content of the
Yes. At 12:49:50 p.m., Jade states, Blaise talking about the current situation in quotations. And then she follows up, again, Jade to Nigella at 12:50:06 p.m. I'm going to tell him today I'm not having the abortion so he can just get it out of his head. Nigella responds at 12:51:11 p.m. like he had the opportunity to talk yesterday and didn't. Nigella then follows up with, at 12:51:18 p.m., she laughed at Jade's, she responded to Jade's text by laughing at it or doing a ha-ha quotation above the text. And then she follows up with LMAO, get it out of his head because it's a wrap, at 12:51:30 p.m. Jade then responds at 12:51:38 p.m., literally, and was being awkward, trying to have other conversations to avoid. At 12:51:46, Jade responded to the message from Nigella, emphasizing her message about it's a wrap. Then Nigella texts Jade at 12:51:53 p.m. because it's happening. Nigella follows up with, do you think my story should have a song or no? Referring to a post or something along those lines, I'm guessing, at 12:52:08 p.m. And then Jade responding, he's gonna be like, but why? It just makes no sense for us. Like, expletive, shut it down. At 12:52:12 p.m. And then she finishes with, yeah, give it a little song at 12:52:43 p.m.
And the next page, which is 70.
Same.
So it's more messages between them.
Correct. Do you want me to follow up with reading them all?
Yes.
Okay. At 12:52:49 p.m., Nigella says he most def is going to be on that. Jade responds at 1:10:44 p.m. It's all good though. It is what it is. Jade then follows up with, I told my dad yesterday. That was at 1:10:48 p.m. Nigella says, oh, expletive, how'd that go? At 1:11:05. Nigella then sends a photograph with no context, and then Jade responds, it went really good, he cried. I've never seen him cry other than my grandma's sister's funeral at 1:12:14 p.m. Nigella responded, cried, question marks, and then a series of emojis at 1:12:24. And then Nigella then followed up with, stop it, Dennis, at 1:12:29 p.m. He finishes this page with, but he told me basically the same as my mom, that he would support me either way, at 1:12:43 p.m.
And the next page, which is 71, can you describe what's shown here?
At 1:45:12 p.m., Jade texts Nigella, I'm about to talk to this expletive. Nigella responds like, WTF. At 1:45:32 p.m., Nigella then says, let me know how it goes. At 1:45:36 p.m., again, Nigella sends a photograph without any context. And then at the bottom, Jade finishes up with, I think that we might as well cut the ties, communication, or whatever between us.
Is that a draft of basically that note that you've already testified to?
Yes.
And that's Jade sending that to Nigella, is that correct?
Correct.
And there's a photograph in the message that Nigella sends Jade at 2:29. This next page, which is 72, can you describe what this is?
That's the photograph that she submitted in that message.
And the next page, which is 73, can you describe what's shown here?
These are responses that Nigella sent Jade of edited versions, I guess is the best way to describe it, as she read the message that Jade was considering sending to Blaise. She shared it with Najee, and Najee gave her thoughts on it.
And that last message on this page is at 5:11:59 p.m. Can you describe what that is?
Jade sent Najee a picture with no context.
And the next page, which is 74, can you describe what that is?
It appears to be a Kroger website image of organic basil.
And is that the image that was in that previous message?
Yes.
And the next page, which is 75, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a message that Jade sent to Blaise Taylor's device with the final draft, if you will, of the message she had started in notes and then shared with Najee and edited a few times. This was the final draft that she texted to Blaise at 4:37 p.m. on 11/6/2022.
And can you read that to the record, please?
Yes. After multiple conversations, I think it may be best that we go ahead and cut the ties of communication between us. We can't keep opening and closing this door when I've made the decision I have. We will continue to run in circles of communication about the situation when we know we are not in agreement with the situation. You said how you felt and stated that moving forward you want no parts, so I will let it be just that. I will not involve you at any point. I will love this child unconditionally with or without you. I informed you that my appointment is on the 16th, so if your mind changes between now and then, the choice is yours to show up or not. So with that being said, there's nothing left for me to say. Have a great rest of your day, Blaise.
And the next page, which is 76, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, it's another view of her sending that exact same text on the 6th of November.
And is that the thread between Jade Benning and Blaise Taylor?
That is the thread, yes.
And what is the next message that occurs after the November 6th, 2022?
Almost 2 months later, on 12/31/22 at 4:26:02 p.m., Jade texts Blaise's device stating, "I'll be off in about 30 or 45 minutes. I will call you when I leave."
And can you describe in Jade's iPhone, does it capture every single phone call that she makes?
Not all of her phone calls. Well, it does capture all of them, yes. Inherently, phones do capture all phone calls, but not. Well, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, it does capture phone calls.
Is it possible that that phone call occurred through a third-party app?
It is possible.
Because it appears she's responding to something but nothing happened.
That is correct.
Did you look for evidence of what would have occurred between Jade Benning and Blaise Taylor prior to her sending this text message?
Yes.
And did you find anything related to that?
I did.
And what was that?
I found a message or a text string between Jade and Najee. Jade had texted Najee a photograph of a missed call from Blaise. She had taken a screen capture of her locked phone that she had missed a call from Blaise, so it shows that on her screen, and she texts that to Najee. Najee responded as though you would think she would. She was surprised because it had been a serious period of time since they talked, and then Jade seemed excited about the fact that he was calling.
And can you describe what's shown here? That is 77.
Yeah, it's just further detail of the slide we were just looking at, the text.
And this is 78, which is kind of just talking about that time frame of November 4th, 2022 to February 25th, 2023. Did you specifically kind of look at any contact that they would have had during that time frame?
Yes.
And specifically, did you look at Jade's activity during that specific time frame?
Yes.
And do the next few slides kind of focus in on things related to her and her actual pregnancy?
Yes, it does.
And this next page, which is 79, can you describe what is shown here?
Yes, these are a series of calendar entries that were on her device, and then just below that, a series of text confirmation that you would typically receive from like a doctor's office or something along those lines, confirming the dates and times of those appointments that were listed above, of some of the appointments that were listed above, I should say.
And the next page is 80, which is kind of a zoomed in image of a portion of the previous slide. Can you
Correct.
read into the record the dates of these appointments?
Yes, the titled doctor appointment at Vanderbilt Women's start date and time was 11/16/22 at 1:40 p.m. The following is a second OB appointment at 12/28/22 at 3:40 p.m. A third OB appointment or an anatomy scan at 2/2/23 at 9:45 a.m. I had to look this up, a non-invasive prenatal test for the blood work on 2/6/23 at 9 a.m. The following is a third OB with an Allison Mullally on 2/10/23 at 11:40 a.m. An ultrasound on 3/9/23 at 9:05 a.m. A glucose test on 3/9/23 at 11 a.m. And then a Little Sprouts spring and summer pop-up sale on 3/21/23 at 4:30 p.m.
And that first appointment was on November 16th of 2022, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And this next page is 81. Can you describe what's shown here?
It's a detailed portion of a video that we're about to show that was taken at 2:13:34 p.m. on 11/16/22.
And can you describe what is shown here on 82?
It's a video that appears to be inside of a doctor's office, videotaping an ultrasound being displayed on a screen in a dark office.
And is that one of the video files that will be on the disc?
It is.
And the next page, which is 83, can you describe what's shown here?
It's the details for another video that we're about to display that was taken shortly after at 2:59:50 p.m.
And that is on November 16th of 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
And that is a still image on page 84 of your report. Can you describe what that video is?
Yes, it is showing Jade walking out of the appointment, seemingly pretty excited to the point of having to remove her mask to show her smile.
And is that video on the disc as well?
Yes.
And the next page, 85, is a duplicate of the previous page. Can you describe, these are all of the appointments that she has, correct?
As they relate to the pregnancy, it's not every appointment that she had in her calendar.
Okay. And that Little Sprouts event, was there additional information on her phone about that?
I don't recall if there
Is
was.
it possible there were messages that related specifically to that?
Yes, there were. I'm sorry. Yes.
And that was scheduled to occur on March 21st, is that right?
Yes.
And this next page is 86. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, Jade had created two boards on her Pinterest account, one titled Baby Nursery Inspiration and the other titled Baby Shower Ideas. First one was created or started on 12/16/22 at 10:39 p.m. and the other was created or started on 1/16/23 at 8:48 p.m.
And this next image kind of takes us a little bit out of sequence, but can you describe what is shown here on page 87?
Yes, it's a series of texts between Jade and Blaise on 9/28/22, starting at 9:45:35 a.m.
And And this next page, 88, can you describe what's shown here?
It's a detail. It's the details for the very first text, just kind of giving a little bit more in-depth look at the starting of the conversation.
And this next page, which is 89, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, it's a continuation of the same conversation, the same day, just a little bit later on at 6:52:01 p.m. Between, again, Jade and Blaise.
And can you read into the record the content of that message at 6:52:01?
Yes, that very first message from Jade to Blaise. I want to come stay with you again tonight. Blaise responds at 10:59:38 p.m. Yes, that's fine. So sorry, I definitely thought I'd responded, just was getting ready for bed and was like, dang, she hasn't responded back. And it was me who didn't respond with an emoji. Jade then responds at 11:04:46. LOL, it's all good. I'm finishing up at the gym. I'll come there in a minute at 11:04:46. And then follows up about 6 minutes later with on my way. Blaise responds at 11:11:16 that his door is unlocked, and about a minute later, Jade responds, loving his last text.
And were you specifically asked to look to see if they had contact kind of right there at the end of September?
Yes, I was.
And the next page, which is 90, can you describe what's shown here?
This is just a little bit more detail about the very last text that was sent in that string, just giving a little bit more information on it from the beginning to the end of the conversation.
And the next page, which is 91, can you describe what's shown here?
There were 4 notes located in her phone that were of a pregnancy mindset. 4 notes were started, one titled baby names, one titled baby list needs, one titled ultrasound appointment, and another titled baby shower.
And the next page, which is 92, can you describe what's shown here?
This is a series of line items from her inbox or her email. These are all email lists that she had signed up for that are all either parenting related, baby related, pregnancy related, of that nature. So she had 5 of them that she had actually subscribed to.
And the next page, which is 93, can you describe what's shown here?
It's a series of videos that I located inside of her device that were videos of an Amazon checkout, or like an in cart before you check out, so in your basket for Amazon. 2 of those for Amazon, another one for Old Navy, and another for another child-related website, all indicating items that she had in her cart ready for purchase.
And are all 4 of those videos between 2/20/2023 and 2/22/2023?
That's correct, yes. The detail portion down there at the very bottom is in correlation with the still image directly above it. Again, these are all videos, so these are just a still shot of the video.
And this is 4 separate things that you kind of consolidated into
Correct.
one. Did you
Correct.
pull every single pregnancy-related item from Ms. Binning's phone?
No, not at all. This is just a sampling of what I located.
Was it somewhat just constant?
Yes.
From the beginning of November until February 25th of 2023?
Yeah, it was very, very constant.
And the next page is 94. Can you describe what's shown here?
An image that made me think she was treating herself right and working with the pregnancy by creating mocktails and posting that to some friends on Snapchat.
And did you specifically look for any evidence of alcohol use, marijuana use, things of that nature?
Correct, yes.
And did you find Ms. kind of looking for that type of thing?
Amongst other things, yes.
And this next image, which is 95, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, it's a photograph of Jade at a local gym, or her gym, and she I found it important to say that she noted that we made it to the gym today. So my inference is her referring to her and her unborn.
And
What type of artifact is this?
This is a Snapchat artifact.
And what's the date for the record?
It was created on 1/11/23 at 1:03 p.m.
And the next page, which is 96, can you describe what's shown here?
It's a photograph that was taken on February 2nd, 2023 at 9:24 a.m. And again, it appears that she is in a doctor's office with a ultrasound image up on a screen in the room.
And can you describe what is an HEIC file?
It's a high efficiency image container, and it's just a really fancy term for that Apple uses for their images. It's just a very high quality image. So it's very normal to see that inside of an Apple extraction.
And the next image, which is page 97, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is another photograph. This one was just a few minutes after the one we previously looked at. This one's titled 3131.jpg, and it's a photograph inside of a doctor's office. Now, looking more like it might be Jade that's getting her ultrasound, because you can almost picture her laying down on her back, taking the picture from her side.
And the date and time of this image?
It's at 2/23 at 10:11:01 a.m.
And the next page, which is 98, can you describe what's shown here?
This is a snap video that was taken on 2/2/23 at 9:55 a.m.
And the next image, which is 98 and 99, can you describe what's shown here?
Similar to the last. So again, another snap video that was taken just moments later.
Did you include every single image that was been from that February 2nd, 2023 appointment?
No.
Was it voluminous?
Lots of pictures, lots of them.
And was she taking them on different platforms, her phone, and then also within Snapchat?
That's correct.
And this next image, which is page 100.
This is image titled 3163.jpg. It was taken on 2/2/23 at 10:12:28 a.m. And again, it's a picture of her holding up her recently received sonogram printout.
And the next page is 101. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a series of text messages that Jade submitted to Blaise Taylor. First one on January 26, 23 at 11:29:08 a.m. She texted a photograph and then followed up with just reminding you that my appointment is next Thursday at 9:45. It shouldn't be longer than an hour. The photograph that she shared is pictured just below the portion that says OB, a third OB anatomy scan. She followed up with another text not long after that on January 26, 23 at 12:44 p.m. Okay, hopefully you can make it. I'd love for you to be there when I find out the gender. You coming to importance is very important, and that got cut off. Not so much the body of the text as the fact that she was texting him about the appointments is what I was trying to portray in these messages. On 2/5/23 at 11:48 p.m., she texts Blaise, "Sweet dreams, though, about to try and go to sleep since I have to be up early for the appointment," followed up with an emoji. And then on 2/10/23 at 12:51:16 p.m., an emoji, and then a doctor's appointment went good. She said everything was normal, just waiting for the test to come back, which will be next week probably.
And that one, I think you read out the message read time. Was the message sent at 12:46:56?
I'm sorry, yes. I apologize. Read from the wrong column.
And the next image, which is page 102 of the report, can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, it's a photograph from a series of photos that Jade took in her kitchen on February 6, 2023 at 4:39 p.m.
And were you asked to look for specific information related to the camera that is portrayed in this photograph?
Yes, when you're looking at the details for images, I mean that is one of the things that, depending on the application that you use, is identified in the details of that photograph. If you look down a little bit lower on the right side, a little bit lower than halfway, you can see that it was taken with an Apple iPhone 13 Pro Max, utilizing software version 16.1.1, which was the same as Jade's device.
Which I apologize, Detective Miller. I think my question was confusing. I was referring to the surveillance camera that was on the left side of the stove.
There's that too.
Were
I'm
you
sorry.
also asked to look for any information related to that camera?
Yes.
Okay. And the next image, which is 103 of your report, can you describe what's shown here?
Another photograph taken in that same series.
And the next image, which is 104, can you describe what's shown here?
Another photograph taken not long after, titled 3236.jpg in the same series.
And did you include all of the photographs that Ms. Benning took of her and her sonogram pictures on that February 6, 2023 date?
No, there was quite a few of them.
And the next image, which is 105 of your report, can you describe what's shown here?
Yeah, it's a series of text messages between Jade and her mother.
And can you describe the one at 6:17:03? What, I guess, does that image indicate to you?
A series of photographs were sent in one singular message.
And does that time frame kind of match up to when she was taking those photographs in her kitchen?
It does.
And the next page is 106. Can you describe what's shown here?
Same. It's going to end up being a series of photographs sent in a handful of messages, all containing a series of photographs in each message.
And page 107, is that another image of the 9 images that she sent her mom that day?
Yes.
And the next page is 108. Can you describe what's shown here?
Jade texts her mother, took these today at 6:17:10 p.m. And her mother proceeded to start loving each individual picture.
And the next image is 109. Can you describe what's shown here?
Selfie taken on titled 3337.jpg on 2/15/23 at 1:33:20 p.m.
Detective Miller, did you capture every single pregnancy progress post that Ms. Benning took that would be similar to this one?
I did not. Again, this is just a sampling.
Was that something that she was doing on a regular basis during those months?
Yes.
And the next image is page 110. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is a screen capture that was taken of Jade when it was in a locked state. She had a tendency of doing that when she was going to be texting someone else a screenshot of somebody who just called or just texted or something along those lines. But I found this one interesting to note. This is her lock screen with her sonogram in the background and a very staged photo that meant a whole lot to her for a number of different reasons. I felt that to be important to add.
And can you read the date and time of this message?
Yes, it was taken on 2/23/23 at 10:35 a.m.
And I misspoke. This is not a message. This is
Yes.
a capture.
Yes.
I'm gonna darken the screen out just to. Can we just take it out for a second?
Detective Miller, you said that you worked with Detective Reese. When you were asked to search things, can you describe some of the things that you were searching for? We've seen a lot of kind of the pregnancy of Jade Benning. Were you specifically asked to search information about her pregnancy?
Yes, so we, of course, this happened over an extended period of time. This wasn't all in one day. This was over a period of weeks and months even, and over a number of different conversations. But there was many keywords that we entered into the software. There's an easy way to enter those in, and the software does a lot of the work for you and searches out and seeks out and lists all of the times that those terms are used within the device. We did that with multiple keywords based off of the nature of her passing. Once that was identified, harming yourself, harming other people trying to harm you, lots of different phrases, terms, and things of that nature.
And specifically, there was a text message in there that referenced abortion.
Correct.
Did you find any information that Miss Benning did not want her baby in those months of January, February?
I only saw indications that she wanted to keep the child and that she did not want to have an abortion. I saw that repeatedly. I saw nothing indicating that she wanted to have anything to do with abortion with this pregnancy.
And is it correct that you were specifically looking for anything that could possibly indicate that?
Yes.
And specifically, were you looking for references to cocaine?
Yes.
Did you find any references to cocaine?
I saw 0 references to cocaine in her device.
And no references whatsoever? Like, I mean, which you're looking for references of her doing it, but did she have references to cocaine?
I did not see references at all in her device. There's some recorded dates and times for activity with the device. Interestingly, a note to note, I should say, is that the device was showing offline starting on 2/22/23 at 8:37 a.m. And continued to show offline as the app reached out to the camera trying to access it. During that attempted communication via the internet with the device, it continuously showed offline.
And what's the next date after the 2/22/23 where there was anything in Miss Benning's iPhone related to that camera?
The next date is 2/26/23 at 7:08 p.m. And that's indicating that motion was detected with that camera.
And the next page, which is 117, can you describe what's shown here?
Again, it's further detail into the motion that was detected on 2/26/23 at 7:11:31 p.m.
And the next page is 118. Can you describe what's shown here?
This is a still shot of the view of that camera inside of the kitchen, kind of looking over the stove there. It was created on 2/22/23 at 2:48:40 p.m.
And this image is on her phone, correct?
It is. It's stored within the database of the Blink app. It's a cached image, so it's most likely an image that would appear representing the view of the camera, not necessarily the current view of the camera.
Did you look for any and all footage related to this camera?
Yes.
And are these the only things that existed as an artifact on her phone?
There was a snapshot of the application being open, of the Blink application being open at one point when we downloaded her phone. That snapshot still existed there, but that's also very expected as well. But between these and that's all we could find in relation to Blink.
Which the next page was us getting to the snapshot for an actual image on the phone that
Yes.
wasn't that
Correct.
type of snapshot.
Correct. I'm sorry. Yes.
This was the only thing that was there.
Yes.
And the next page is 119. Can you describe what's shown here?
This is the snapshot I was just referring to. So just that image that Apple stores for applications that are currently open, kind of just that snapshot that I was referring to earlier.
And can you read the created date and time here?
2/26/23 at 9:37:01 p.m.
Okay, and do you know anything about kind of when this image was captured as compared to when that KTX file was made?
When this image, this is the KTX image,
Right,
correct?
the KTX image, can you describe like how reliable is that created date and time and access date and time?
So that's actually going to be a very reliable image, or date and time for that image, for that application state.
And can you explain the next page, which is 120?
So this is going to be the phone, the native phone application on the phone for the app for an Apple device, specifically highlighted on the recent phone calls portion. Again, it's a KTX, so it's a snapshot of that phone application being open.
And so if someone had Ms. Binning's phone and they had the passcode and they swiped away a page, is that what would have caused that KTX file to be deleted?
The KTX file, that part gets deleted later on when it's actually live is when the KTX file is created, when it's actually open on the phone. But when it's swiped away, it isn't automatically immediately deleted. It's just stored away for a period.
But these images are just those pages
Yes.
being open on the phone.
Correct. These were just applications that were actively open on the device at the time of extraction.
I can have just one moment. The parties are going to agree to put this copy of the exhibit into evidence. So if we can have this as well as the disc, I want
That copy of that.
record to be accurate. Thank you.
29.
Need the package.
I think that one's edited.
Thank you, Detective Miller. I don't have any more questions at this time. But you might end up being recalled.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly before cross-examination?
Sure.
Exhibit 29.
Good afternoon, Detective Miller.
Good afternoon.
It's fair to say, and I think probably won't be a shock to this jury, that there's an absolutely tremendous amount of information on a cellular phone, right?
Yes.
And you described a little bit of this during your testimony, but the way you conduct a review of a cell phone is you're not just kind of scrolling through information, right?
To an extent, that's what you're doing, but there is somewhat of a method to the madness.
So you referenced search terms, right?
That's one of the things we use, yes.
Okay. So you sit down with somebody and come up with a set of terms to help you kind of focus in on places to look on a phone?
It's one way we do it, yes, sir.
And in this case, was Detective Reese the person you sat down with?
Yes. One of the people, yes.
Who were the other people you worked with?
General Norman.
Okay. So you and Mr. Norman and Detective Reese at various points in time worked together to come up with terms?
Correct.
In addition to search terms, what are the other ways that you'll look through a phone?
So, having looked through a number of devices, I know where a lot of information resides inside of certain databases. So there's a number of repositories that I go directly to right off the bat that I find different things. Again, it's hard to say exactly in this order. It's hard to say it's the same for every single crime because not all of them are going to be the same. So all investigations are different. So I would have to say that the ways that I search through phones and analyze the evidence that we have extracted is going to be different every single time as well.
So one way might be, you know, a date like February 25th, 2023. That's an important date, right?
Yes.
And you can create a timeline of everything that happened on that date.
That is one way you can do it, yes.
And that'll show you locations, right?
Hmm?
It'll show you all the communications, right?
Yes.
It'll show you some of this very, very technical, like every time the phone is locked and unlocked kind of data.
Yes.
Probably stuff none of us even know is going on with our phone.
Most things we don't know that's going on our phone is most of the information that's being displayed there, yeah.
Sure, but that's a pretty directed, I know a date and I've got to look at that date kind of investigation.
That is correct.
Generally, you're not going to like open up messages and look through thousands and thousands or even hundreds of thousands of messages.
Well, I mean, there's times for things of that nature, but I mean, obviously we know that looking through hundreds of thousands of messages is not a viable option. It's not as easy as it sounds.
So just for example, and we'll maybe talk more about this later, but when you were searching for evidence of drug use,
yes.
Did you just open up Jade's messages and start scrolling through messages until you found evidence of drug use?
Well, first steps were key terms. In that sense, yes.
Okay, so you did search terms, right?
Correct.
And what popped up that might have led you to look around those messages?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Or identified individuals that we would have looked more at, or conversation threads. Yeah, sure.
And in order to define those key terms, you had to know something about the case, right?
Of course.
Was there at any point, did you kind of on your own direct the way the search went in this case?
Of the device?
Yeah.
Of course, I was analyzing the digital evidence.
So as you find something, you might look a little bit further and bring that information back?
It might lead me to a different artifact that I find important or not important, and I share it with the lead detective. Yes.
During that process, were there conversations where the team says, we just don't want to look at this stuff at all, we'd rather focus here? This is big picture.
I don't know that there was at any point anybody saying that we aren't concerned with anything that occurred in this window.
Okay. Let's talk for a second about I want to go through a couple of the things that you that have been in your, I guess it's not really a report, in this presentation that is
Yes, sir.
kind of prepared. The timeline that you did for February 25th, 2023, that was an important date, right?
Yes.
And so did you, during the course of your investigation, review kind of every single thing that happened on February 25th, 2023?
Most things.
Most things.
Yes.
Were there some things that you specifically did not look at?
Yes, as it relates to some of the processes that applications are completing underneath the hood that have zero to do with the input or use of the device that the owner or user of the device would have had anything to do with.
So really, the really technical, kind of nitty-gritty stuff, you didn't worry too much
Yeah,
about.
when you get to a granular point, it's so minute that it really doesn't have any bearing on you as the user.
But in terms of communications, you looked at all of those communications.
For that day,
Yes.
I would say yes. I've looked at all of this stuff a lot, yes.
Okay. And I apologize, I'm going to just have to flip right to some of these in this presentation. Do my best not to get these out of order. If I could publish this to the thank you. At 6:43, there's a text message from, actually I think it's a text message, received from, the name is Porter Jarris. Is that right?
That's how it's stored in her device, yes.
That's how it's stored in her phone. I think you refer to him as Mr. Porter or Jarris Porter.
I said Porter Jarius or Jarius Porter, one of the two.
I noticed that you put those text messages in there several times throughout this timeline. During that evening.
As texts appear, I was placing them in there, yes.
Was that a name that you had noted at other times during your review of Miss Weber's phone?
I didn't analyze Miss Weber's phone.
I'm sorry, Miss Benny's phone.
Okay, can you repeat the question?
Was that a name that you had noted at other times in analyzing Miss Benny's phone?
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance.
Go ahead, did you search that name?
I did search that name, yeah, on that date, yes.
Just on that date?
I'm sure I looked for it and saw it in other times throughout this extraction.
Did you note a significant number of communications between Miss Benning and Jarris or Jarris Porter?
I don't recall ever identifying a number of messages between them.
Well, I wanted to ask about some of these messages that we have. It was slightly less than 20 minutes after she receives a text from Mr. Taylor, she talks to Mr. Jarris, right?
Well, she received a text from him.
Receives a text. And are there additional communications that you noted throughout the evening from Mr. Jarris?
I believe there's a few more, yes.
So at 6:55, she responds
Yes.
back to him?
Yes.
At 7:07, there's an additional text message?
Yes.
Were there any additional messages that you noted or were able to identify from Mr. Jarris after Ms. Benning was in the hospital?
Yes, he sent a handful of messages, yes.
And when were those?
I don't recall the exact date.
Remember if they were immediately after she was in the hospital or a day later?
Like I said, I don't recall the exact date or time.
And you think you did review all of their text messages during the course of your investigation?
I reviewed a number of things. I can't swear to saying I've looked at every single text message between the two of them.
Okay. This text, or this Snapchat message, I know you indicated Snapchat is a little harder to track down. Based on your review, do you believe the time and date on this is accurate for the Snapchat message?
I do believe that.
And were you able to identify who the sender of this Snapchat message was based on your review?
No.
And this message indicating, I'm already fucked up, there was no follow-up to this message?
Not that I could find, no.
And that was sent at 2/25/2023 at approximately 7:01 p.m.
Yes.
And there's no other context for that message.
That I could find, no.
Just hitting a couple things I noted. You testified about this location information that you believe was a Walmart.
Yes.
And that's because it says Walmart on that map?
And I'm familiar with that exact address and location.
Like you've been there or you had to Google it or something?
Like I was a patrol officer in that zone.
Okay, so you have personal familiarity, you've been there before.
Yes.
This location information, does it provide or is stored how long Ms. Benning's phone was at that location?
This is a parked car location, so it's not a time frame. It's just stating that the car was parked at that location.
Okay, so it just is like marking that the car was there. So there's no indication of whether it was there for 30 seconds or there for 20 minutes, anything like that?
Not based on this artifact alone, no.
And you didn't find in the phone any sort of receipts or messages relating to going to Walmart?
Nope.
So we don't have any information from this phone as to why she would have gone to Walmart?
Not from this device, no.
And from this device, we don't even know if she actually went into Walmart, do we?
That is correct. I do not.
Now, I presume since you looked through all of her cell phone information for 225 that you also reviewed the text messages discussing assisting a friend in purchasing drugs on that day, didn't you?
Earlier in the day, yes.
Yes. And who were those messages with?
I don't recall offhand exactly who they were between.
If I were to pass you a set of messages, would it help to refresh your recollection?
It very well could.
The state is objecting to the relevance of any of the messages prior to 11/3 of 2022.
What date were you asking about? Did he look at text messages on what date?
My question right now is just about 225. I may have additional questions, but right now I'm just asking
That's
about
all I'm dealing with. Does this have anything to do with 225?
Yes, it's at the very end.
It starts on 4/6.
I'm just having him look at it for now. So, if you take a look at the very last page, I think it's the last or second to last page.
Yes,
Do you recognize those messages?
I do.
And what are those messages?
Text messages between Jade and a contact that she has stored in her phone titled Danny, and in parentheses, weed.
And those are messages that you reviewed in the course of your investigation of this phone?
I reviewed a number of these messages, yes.
These specific messages between her and Danny Weed?
Yes,
And there's other messages as well outside of this?
yes.
What are the nature of the messages? Well, let's just talk about the 225 messages right now. What were the nature of the messages on 225?
Attempting to obtain some items for a friend.
And what is she asking for?
Specifically on 225, hey, my coworker wants to get a half from you.
Okay. And so that's the day of this incident, right?
Yes.
And there's no specific follow-up in those messages, right?
Other than Danny texting back saying, I'll get back with you when I get back, or I got you when I get back.
I got you. Right?
Yeah.
So that was, I mean, that's all the way up to the day that she was meeting with Mr. Taylor, right?
Correct.
And there were, as you noted, a significant number of those kind of communications, right?
There was a few, with large gaps in between them as well.
Okay. What's a few?
A few conversations.
Yeah.
I don't want to put a number on it. I can't say for sure, but I do know that in this text string, they would have 3 or 4 messages, and then go 2 or 3 weeks, sometimes a month, sometimes 2 months, and then 2 or 3 messages. It was a sporadic text string.
But she was at least somewhat consistently obtaining or helping friends obtain drugs. Is that fair?
Depends on your definition of consistently, but
More than once or twice during the time frame that you reviewed the film.
yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Maybe more than 5 times?
Maybe.
Maybe more than 10?
I can't say.
And in that message on 2/25/2023, they don't actually state the drugs that they're buying, do they?
Not on that one, no.
Let's talk for a second about a phone that is on locked status that you described. When a phone's on locked status, can you open it without the PIN?
It depends on what you mean by open it.
You can make a phone call, right? Like if someone calls you, can you answer the phone?
Yes, somebody could answer a phone that is locked.
And you can open the camera function and take a picture, right? From the lock screen?
That is correct.
But could you open it up and manipulate the phone otherwise?
Not without the PIN, though.
You would need the PIN. So you noted that, turn it to the right page here. Page 35, that Miss Benning's phone was locked at 9:35 and didn't open again on 2:25 and didn't open again until 6:44 a.m. on 2:26. Is that correct? I know it's not the highlighted one, but it's
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure we were on the same page is all. Well, not literally, but figuratively.
There's
We're on the
another
same
page, but instead of me flipping through a bunch of pages, I'm just going to use this one. So,
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So up near the top here, it's actually the one that's highlighted.
Yes.
So on 225, it says it's locked at 9:35 and 225 and doesn't open again until 6:44 at 226.
That's correct.
So other than answering a phone call and potentially taking a photograph, that suggests that the phone was not opened or manipulated in any way.
That does suggest that, correct.
I want to ask you a few questions about the photographs that were taken of Blaise and Jade, Mr. Taylor and Miss Benning, in their apartment between 9:24 and 9:28. Okay? So this is essentially the list of those photographs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's just kind of a close-up of that metadata. Just to orient ourselves.
Yes.
Sorry, I don't have the great digital versions of these. But all of these photos were taken in about 4 minutes, is that right?
In a short period of time, yes.
So if we go back to this. If the first photograph was taken at 9:24 and the last photograph was taken at 9:28, it's about 4 minutes?
It's about that, yes.
Okay. So that's the first two. And these were all, none of these were deleted, right? These were also on the phone?
That correct.
Just to make sure I got it. These were still on the phone?
Yes.
These were still on the phone?
Yes.
These are still on the phone?
Yes.
This is the only one that you've indicated was found in deleted photos. Is that right?
From that series.
And the information here is that it's deleted about just under 30 seconds after it was taken. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you in your investigation able to find any information as to why it was deleted?
No.
Text messages, no notes, no nothing indicating why it was deleted.
Suggesting that I would find a text within 30 seconds
Yeah.
that she texted somebody else that she took a picture, deleted a picture she just took?
Yeah.
No.
So nothing on here is suggested why it was deleted, right? It was just deleted.
That is correct.
Things happen, right? People delete pictures.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't. I got it. Just making sure there wasn't some suggestion. Hang on one second. I want to ask you a couple questions about the blink. I want to ask you a couple questions about the blink information that you were able to find. Okay? The first thing, while I'm sort of pulling these up, is this was a new concept to me before this case. I'm sure you are much more familiar with it, and I know you kind of explained it, but it was a little quick. A KTX file is a special kind of file is it just an Apple phone or any phone?
Well, a KTX file is specifically in an Apple phone, as far as I am aware. It could be in other devices. It is a file type. It could be in a number of different devices out there in the world. I can't speak to that, but I know that it's a unique file type that is identifiable with snapshots found within iPhones.
And it's not a screenshot, right? That's a different thing.
That is completely different, yes.
Is it the kind of thing, and tell me if I'm explaining this wrong, where you like swipe up your phone and you see a bunch of windows hovering there? Those little windows are the KTX files?
That is correct.
Okay. So those are the temporary files, kind of what we're talking about.
Yes.
In order to create a KTX file, does someone have to be using the phone?
I can't speak to that specifically.
Do you know if a KTX file can be created when it is in locked status?
I can't, like I said, I can't speak to that.
Well, help me understand, from your knowledge, how is a KTX file created?
It is created when a snapshot, when Apple decides a snapshot needs to be created of that application. We could work under the assumption, again, I can't speak to all of the in and outs of what Apple does in their software, how, when, and why they do it. Okay, they're a chef and they don't want to share their recipes to all of their specialties, right? So they don't share all their information with us. So I can't speak to exactly when it was created or when it's removed, but I know that it is created and it identifies an application that is open in the background of your device.
Based on your, and I appreciate that, based on your understanding though, is it likely created when someone is using the phone in that manner? Like they're swiping up or doing something else that requires the creation of that temporary file?
Likely, but I can't say that it is. So, I mean, I can't say that for sure.
So let's say, for instance, on this 2/26/2023 at 9:37 p.m. KTX file, which appears to show the Blink application, right?
Yes.
And is it accurate that when you have an artifact on the phone where the created date, the access date, the modified date are all identical, that's a good indicator that that artifact, that picture, KTX file, whatever it is probably accurate as to that timestamp?
It's indicative of software creating it.
Okay. So probably was created at that time.
Probably.
Is it reasonable, in your experience and your expertise, for us to say that that KTX file then was created by somebody doing something on the phone at 9:37 p.m.?
On the 26th?
On the 26th, yes.
Yes.
Now we have another KTX file. I did these probably backwards, but this is 9:27 and 39 seconds p.m. on 2/26.
Yes.
And the creation date, the access date, the modified date, they're all identical, right?
That's correct.
And this is another KTX file of kind of the call log, right?
The recents in the telephone app, yes.
So again, since that's a KTX file, that's like maybe from swiping up, looking at the phone, probably how that's created. Is that fair?
Yes.
So this is a good indicator of somebody accessing the phone somehow at that time.
Yes.
And just for reference, that's page 120. The one I looked at before is page 119. This artifact from February 22nd, 2023, this is page 118 of the exhibit. This is not a KTX file, right?
No.
This is an actual picture. I wasn't totally clear. This is something that Blink itself saves?
It's something that was stored inside of that application's database.
Inside of Blink itself.
Inside that database, yes.
From roughly 3 days before the 225 incident.
Correct. Approximately the time that it went offline.
Okay. This page 116 is a listing of the Blink sort of activity. Is that a fair way to describe it?
That's a good way to describe it, yes.
Okay. So we have on 222 a number of entries where it says it's offline. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then for some reason there's nothing between 222 and 226.
That's correct.
Do you have any idea why, or any indication based on the information you were able to obtain as to why there is no information between 222 and 226?
Most likely notifications were turned off or something along those lines with the application.
So these, the number, mini is offline, those are likely notifications?
That's so similar to the social media apps that I was referring to before. Many software companies require a subscription. This data is not stored on the device itself. It's stored on servers. I believe, I can't swear to it, but I believe Blink is in that category that you can't store information or data on the Blink cameras themselves. So you would actually have to be connected to the internet to reach out and find those things and or serve a search warrant to Blink's company and obtain any kind of information or data that they have stored on that account. So I believe this is the device reaching out and attempting to see if there was any motion or activity or anything like that, but when it tried, it showed that it was offline.
So, do notifications on a phone, are you able to see those in any sort of specific way?
Yes.
Do you know Blink's notifications, did they come up like this? Did they look like this?
I can't speak to that specifically.
So that's kind of your best assessment, is that this is probably a notification?
This is probably something the software noted. I can't say specifically that it was a notification that the device received a blurb that popped up on a window specific to Blink saying that your device is offline. I can't say that specifically based off of this screenshot.
So you don't know why there's that gap in there. You don't know for sure that it's because notifications were turned off.
That's why I said it could be that.
Okay.
It could be a number of different things.
Do you have any idea why there is not an indication that the device is online again before we have a 226 indication that motion is detected?
Again, no, I can't speak to that.
But like we have on here, it's all of a sudden motion is detected, and we have several entries like that on
Yes.
226.
Correct.
But no real explanation for that.
No. Not based on the data found in the phone.
Sorry, remember just a moment. The picture, instead of me flipping my way through all these pages, the picture you indicated that you found of Miss Benning having a mocktail.
Yes.
Was that something you just happened to stumble upon, or did you find that during a specific search?
I did not search the term mocktail, so
Were you doing any kind of specific search for Miss Benning with alcoholic beverages or anything that looked like alcoholic beverages?
we did have alcohol or some variants of alcohol, I think, in our search terms, yes.
Did you note or did you find the video that she sent to someone named Dez of her in a club holding a beverage?
I can't recall that specifically, no.
You don't recall that video?
No.
Would have been around November 20th?
I can't say if I don't recall it.
Just wanted to sort of orient.
Okay.
Your Honor, those are my questions.
Any redirect? Yeah, you can give me that.
No, Your Honor, but the state may need to recall Detective Miller.
Oh, okay. All right,
Thank you.
Then take those on.
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, rather than getting into the next witness, which may be the medical examiner, we're going to recess for the day instead of splitting up the testimony from that witness. Remember what I said about not discussing the case, forming any opinion about it, looking things up, viewing media, anything like that. Leave your notes up here. That room will be locked. Tomorrow, if you report like you did this morning downstairs, 8:45, 8:50, we'll get you here. When you're all here as a group, we'll bring you up and resume the trial. You can step down the hallway with the court. And how many other witnesses does the state have? Dr. Carney?
Yes, I think we have, I think technically we have 10, but we might not have to call all of them. But maximum, I feel like 10.
And is one of those witnesses going to be Apple Denny?
Yes.
When would that happen?
I do not know that specifically right now, Your Honor.
Tomorrow?
It could be. If it's not tomorrow, it would be the next day.
All right, we'll be in recess until 9 a.m.